A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Now, the life of Mary Sothern. With Max awaiting trial in jail, Mary Sothern is faced with the specter of years of loneliness and perhaps hardship if Max receives a prison sentence, innocent though he is. Dr. John Benson generously offered to be her protector in the event of Max's imprisonment. But Dr. Benson was hounded by the fear that he wanted Max to go to prison so that his hopeless love for Mary might be realized in Max's absence. Tormented by this thought, Benson told Mary that he would not risk betraying Max that way, and threatened to leave town. Mary calmed him, reminding him that the trial was yet to come, and that Max might not be found guilty at all. Meanwhile, Danny and Daddy Stratford, preparing the furnace in Daddy's hotel for winter, may have something to say about Max's and Mary's problem.
All right now, Danny. Let's have that new grate. Hey!
What's the matter, Daddy?
How's for getting that grate I said? I'm ready to put it in. Now, come on.
Oh, the new grate? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The new grate. Yeah. Make it snappy. Come on. We got to get up and mind the desk. Well?
I'm coming, Daddy, coming.
Well, come on, then.
All right, Daddy. Now, you ready?
Oh, for goodness sakes, the grate. You broke the grate. I told you those things were cast iron.
Well, maybe that one was cast once too often. Oh, it seems like everything.
They're making jokes. Cast once too often. Did you have to break it?
Well, it could have broken your toe instead.
Oh.
You don't know when you're well off. Yeah. You never know when we're well off, I guess.
Oh, no. None of that, son. We've got a furnace to mend, and you've broken the gratings.
Well, there's no use going on now, is there?
What's ailing you, son?
Oh, Daddy, it never rains, but it pours.
What? Now, that's original, Danny boy. What brought that on?
Oh, just when it looks like maybe we can cure Phyllis out of that wheelchair and get her up and around on crutches. Bingo. Max and Mary get the act.
Well, Danny, it had to come, and the sooner over the better. As long as that Cheney fellow was on the loose with the information that would make it bad for Max in court, Max and Mary had the tarnation jitters. Well, Cheney's caught.
And that puts Max right back in jail for trial.
But they expected it sometime. It's a great relief. Now it's over.
Well, did it have to happen just when we had hopes of Phyllis's being cured?
Now, Danny, don't be bitter.
Well, I don't care for myself. It's Phyllis and our two babies.
I know.
And she's Max's sister as well as my wife.
Well, don't you think the knowledge of failing his sister and your wife sits heavy on poor Max's conscience? Let alone his other worries.
Yes. Guess I am being selfish. Oh, but gee, Daddy, what did Phyllis ever do to get such a bum break to begin with? Being paralyzed like that. Daddy, why Phyllis?
Yeah, that's what the fella on the other side of the globe would have said if it had been his young wife. Why anybody? Now, come on, you're young, you stick it out the early rounds, and you'll likely go the whole route and maybe win the decision. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Just stick it out.
Well, that's all right for me. I can take it all right, but here's Max in jail waiting for trial and maybe a stiff sentence for something he didn't do, and Phyllis's chances to get better knocked sky high along with everything else. The two kids, not... Oh, Daddy, tell me. What do people do when they're caught in anything like that? It isn't right. It's cruel.
But it's a hard fact. Now, here, sit down on this step while I tell you what kind of a stomach it takes to digest hard facts. And while I see if you've got that kind of a stomach, Danny.
There, is that better? Oh, that's fine, Mary. Thank you. I can run the wheelchair myself. This way. Suppose I might as well get good and used to the wheelchair now.
I don't think so, Phyllis.
Why not?
Because you're not going to need it so very much longer.
That was last week, Mary. Things are different now.
You're not going to need the wheelchair, I said. You're going to be cured until you can get about yourself. At least on crutches. You don't believe that, do you?
Really, Mary, I don't care. Except for Danny and the children. More than anything, I want it to be all right with you and Max. Just for your sake.
I know you do, child.
Oh, they would.
Would? What would?
What? Oh. Crutches.
Why, there'll be only a stopping place on the way to a complete cure.
Dr. DeRoy didn't say that, did he?
No. He held out some little hope for it, but he did say that your mental outlook would have a lot to do with your recovery.
Well, mental outlook.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how can I feel any differently?
Phyllis.
You have Max in it, even if he should go to prison. Even for a long time. He'll come out again, strong and sound and alive.
You mustn't speak like that, Phyllis.
He'll come back to you and you can go right on being happy and married and in love. But me and Danny, we're different. I'm not a wife. I'm a cripple.
No. The machine's broken down for a while, but it'll be running again in top shape. Believe that, Phyllis, for your own sake. And Danny.
I can't believe it. I can't. And poor Danny. Poor Danny.
Please, dear. I know just as surely as anything that you'll be better someday. I love Max, but no more than Danny cares for you. Surely if I can wait, then Danny can wait. He's a man stronger than we are.
He isn't. He's only a big boy.
Well, he'll grow up then while you grow better. He'll be stronger because he knows he must be to help you. You see?
Yes. I guess so.
Oh, it looks bad at times, Phyllis, but then when everything seems lost, somehow we find new reserve, new strength. And we do go on. We do. We must. Look, Phyllis, Danny's at the hotel with Daddy. Let me call him. Let him speak to you. Let him tell you what I've been telling you, and you know that I've been right. Shall I, dear? Phyllis? Yes, dear Phyllis. Please. You need your strength and your courage, too. So please.
I'm old enough to know what I'm talking about. I'm just young enough, maybe, to hammer it into you. If you don't get it by the gentle practices known to man. Now then, what do you say? Do you accept the judgment of reason?
Oh, I guess so, Daddy.
And does the chin stay up and the fire of conflict flicker in your eye?
Well, it was only that I felt so rotten about Phyllis because, well, Daddy, I've had a feeling that, well, that she... Well, that she feels she hasn't done just right by me by losing the use of her legs. Poor kid. Poor little baby.
And you'll stick by her, son?
Stick by her? Well, I did. Well, nothing else ever entered my head.
Just fixing so it doesn't, that's all, eh?
Well, I wouldn't even think of it. Well, I just don't know. I don't know how you'd ever think of such a thing. I think I ought to get mad and resent that. I do resent it.
Yeah. I'll have it out with you behind City Hall. Snowballs at 30 paces. But don't pack 'em too hard. Go spin your top.
Oh, Daddy, don't talk like that, please. I'm not very young anymore, you know.
No? Well, maybe you're right. Boys grow up overnight sometimes.
Only I'd hate to think the old happy days are gone. Phyllis and me. No more than big kids, running and hollering in the meadow, running over the riverbank, and running upstairs, and we could have easily taken the elevator. Running. Always running and happy. They're gone, Dad.
Maybe you just think so, son. Well, let's gather this old iron together and take it upstairs. Sell it for junk, I guess.
Daddy, look. Well, we're in good shape. We've got a good grade here.
What? How? Well, you wait and bust a good one, lunkhead.
No, I guess I didn't after all. No, I know. You handed me the old warped grade, and I put it down. And then when you asked me for the new grade, I picked up the old one again and handed it to you and dropped it. The old one I dropped.
Well, I might have known it. Then again, it just goes to show you. You were more than right. We don't know when we're well off until we look around, sharper, and see things better, eh? All right, son. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's put this new grade in, be live about it, eh?
Somewhere, Mary Sothern and Daddy Stratford, your names are being recorded in some divine record for extreme gallantry in turning young despair into hope.
Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air starring Mr. Ronald Colman. His guest, Miss Betty Davis. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Thank you and good evening. Yes, I think we may say a very good evening, for we have a famous guest, a great play, and a shortwave conversation to a very remote place on this globe. We were delighted when Betty Davis said she would be here with us tonight, and particularly in a reunion with Somerset Maugham's great emotional story of Human Bondage. Arch Oboler has written an exciting radio dramatization of that novel. After the play is over, Betty and I are going to talk by shortwave to some American soldiers in Reykjavik, Iceland. We're going to talk of life, love, and the absence of trees in the Arctic. So to them and their comrades stationed in the far north, we dedicate this global half hour.
Before our play begins, a simple question. How many hands is a pilot? 2, you say? In our 4-engine bombers, they are multiplied many times electrically. These electrical helpers are called aircraft relays. I'd like to tell you about them, how they help the pilot, the bombardier, the flight engineer, but I'm sorry this information must be withheld. I can tell you that they are a type of remote-controlled switch precision device that must obey commands with split-second speed. Aircraft electrical relays have greatly contributed to modern airplane design and production. Autolite men and women, backed by their 35 years of experience in precision manufacturing, have designed, engineered, and are now building such aircraft relays in volume. New types of materials, plus Autolite's manufacturing know-how, have resulted in an aircraft relay weighing less than half its original weight. At the same time, Autolite engineers increased its load capacity, with contact life outperforming test requirements as much as 300%. Knowing how to build such dependable equipment is proof again that the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. The play of Human Bondage. The players, Mr. Ronald Colman and his guest, Miss Betty Davis. A priest sits in the quiet of his study. These are the thoughts in his mind.
I am a minister of God. Tonight I sat at the bedside of one who was very ill. Her thin face was a heavy mask of powder, a death's head with a twisting mouth. She had a strange story of hate to tell me. Hate for a man named Philip Carey. How he had cheated her, and he a gentleman. She told me many things. How one night the man had come into the tea shop where she worked. He had told her he was from the medical school nearby, and so she had been pleasant to him. But as the woman talked, strangely, somehow, I could sense the untruth behind her words.
What you want? Here's nothing.
Well, I'd rather just talk to you. Really is filthy weather outside, isn't it?
It makes no difference to me. I'm in here all day.
Oh, that's true, of course, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm here to take orders and wait on customers. I've got nothing to say to them, and I don't want them to say anything to me.
Well, I beg your pardon. I do indeed.
Her name, she told me, was Mildred Rogers. And she said that since this man, Philip Carey, was a cripple, a clubfoot, she began to be particularly nice to him out of simple decency. And again, somehow, through her words, I sensed the lie and the truth.
You don't mind my walking home with you?
Why should I mind? If you can keep up with me.
Oh, you mean my...
If the shoe fits, wear it.
I don't know if I tolerate you.
You don't have to talk with me, you know.
When I'm away from you, I think it's impossible. When I'm with you...
I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't take me out, some other fellow will. I come from good family, you know. Was your father a professional man?
He was a doctor.
I knew it. The minute you came into the shop, I saw you was a gentleman in every sense of the word.
Look here. May I call you Mildred?
You may if you like. I don't mind.
Call me Philip, won't you?
I will if I can think of it.
You might go as far as to say you'd like to.
Why?
Why, it doesn't matter. Would you come and play with me?
Why?
Because I want you to, because I want to be with you.
Well, I'd better go in now. This is where I live.
Oh. Mildred.
What are you trying to do?
Won't you kiss me goodnight?
Impudent.
I want to kiss your thin, pale mouth.
Oh, you can go to the devil. You go to the devil.
She went on telling me how nice she had been to the man. How very nice.
Why are you waiting for me?
Well, Mildred, have you forgotten? You said you'd go out with me.
No. Me aunt's ill. Got to go and stay with her.
You're going out with somebody else. You are, aren't you? That man Miller that always comes into the shop, isn't it?
You've been spying on me, and I thought you was a gentleman.
It is Miller.
No, I'd rather wait for him than have to wait for you. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Mildred, Mildred, don't be beastly with me. I'm awfully fond of you. I can't help it. Please dine with me. We'll go anywhere you want.
No.
You keep looking around for him. I'm standing here and you're looking for him. Mildred, I can't go on like this. It's too degrading. If I go for good. Unless you come with me tonight, you'll never see me again.
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
You... All right. Goodbye.
Are you back again? Do you want to order some tea?
Don't remember that I said I'd never see you again?
Oh, did you? Then what you doing here now?
Wish I knew why I came back. I don't.
Do you want to order some tea?
Mildred, don't be beastly to me.
You're a funny fellow.
I'm very simple. I'm a blasted fool who's in love with you with all my heart and soul. Well, I've said it. I know you don't care tuppence for me, but I've said it. Mildred, I can't endure this anymore. I've tried to get over you and I can't. I never shall. Marry me. Do you hear me? Marry me.
She told me that Philip's talk of marriage made her begin to think of marriage for the first time. There was a nice elderly gentleman who came into the shop, a commercial traveler by the name of Miller, a good, substantial citizen. And so, she had gone away with this Mr. Miller. Philip was to blame, she said. And so when Mr. Miller left her, she had come back to await the birth of Miller's baby.
What are you talking? Oh, you mean Griffith? He's an unpunctual devil. He's probably making love to one of his girls somewhere along the line.
That's not the way to talk in front of me.
Oh, come now. The facts of life are the facts, after all. Oh, Griffith! Griffith, over here!
I say, he's a handsome gentleman.
Right. Oh, Griffith, do forgive me. I'm terribly sorry to be so late. But as long as you're here, Mrs. Miller, may I present my best friend, Harry Griffith.
How'd you do?
Well, this is indeed a pleasure, Mrs. Miller. I've heard a great deal about you.
Really? Not so much as I've heard about you.
What's this? Has Philip been blackening my character?
Oh, no, he's just been saying the nicest things about you.
Hmm?
I've been so looking forward to meeting you. Why don't you sit down here, Mr. Griffith?
Well.
Isn't the sea wonderful today, Mr. Griffith? Blue light. Like the promise of heaven. Isn't it now?
What did you want to tell me, Mildred?
Philip, I might as well tell you and have done with it. I can't marry you at all.
Griffith.
Yes, I don't know what's come over me. Well, say something.
I will. I paid out the money to keep you until your baby was born. I paid for your doctor. I paid for you to go to the seashore. I paid for the keep of your baby. I paid then, I'm paying now. Haven't you any loyalty in you?
If you was a gentleman, you wouldn't know what you've done for me in the face.
Oh, for heaven's sake, shut up. If I were a gentleman, I wouldn't waste my time with a creature like you. A crazy, tell you. Crazy, wanting to be with you. You're coming with me to Paris, and you're going to marry me on Saturday, and take the consequences.
All right.
You go?
Don't make me laugh. I wouldn't let you touch me now if I was starving. I'm through with you. Oh, Philip, before I go, there's these bills.
Bills? Or what?
The dress you said I should have, and the baby's keep with Mrs. Cleary, and my rent that's due on Saturday.
What of it?
I need the money very much.
Do you?
I should think you'd want to give it to me.
I won't.
Well, I'll ask Harry Griffith.
Will you? He owes me £7 this moment. Goodbye, Mildred. Oh, here, take the money. Take it.
Well, you might at least be civil about it. If you want, I'll kiss you goodbye.
Don't touch me. Goodbye.
Good riddance. Hello? Hello, could I speak to Mr. Griffith, please? Oh, it's you, Harry. I didn't recognize your voice. Harry, listen. I've got the money. We can go away, like you said now. We can go away now.
She said Philip Cleary left her then, walked out on her. And then she said that after a few weeks his conscience began to hurt him because he looked her up at the apartment of the relative where she was staying. But the lie was clearer than ever before.
Mildred.
Well, fancy seeing you.
What are you doing out here?
What do you think?
Uh-oh.
Leave me alone.
I have a few problems with this broke.
I was just walking along here on my way back to my lodging. I expect to meet one of the girls from where I work.
Don't lie. For God's sake, don't lie now.
Oh,
Come on. Come on and get into the cab. Come ahead. Everything will be all right. Please.
told me he began to plead with her to come back to him. And finally she agreed. Only for the baby's sake, she said.
How are you? The baby all right?
The baby's sleeping.
Oh. Well, I think I'll go back to my own room.
Philip, what do you want to go to bed so early for?
Well, it's nearly 1. I'm not used to late hours these days.
Philip.
Yes?
Philip, it's almost 2 weeks now since you asked me to come and stay here. I didn't mean what you thought I meant when you said you didn't want me to do anything for you except just do cook and take care of the flat and that sort of thing.
Didn't you? I did.
Oh, don't be such an old silly.
No, I meant it quite seriously. I shouldn't have asked you to stay here under any other condition.
Why not?
Well, I can't explain it. I feel differently, that's all.
Very well. Just as you choose. You're a fool. Good night.
She told me she did everything to make life easier for the man. Wash for him, cook for him, sew for him. But his treatment of her became worse and worse until she couldn't endure his cruelty any longer. But as her thin lips said the hateful words, in my own mind I saw the truth.
You're home late, Philip.
Oh. Why aren't you in bed?
I waited up for you. Sit here by me.
All right.
Philip.
Yes?
I do love you.
Please don't talk rot. Why don't you go to bed?
Philip, I can't live without you. I want to make up for all the harm I did you. Philip.
Mildred, please, your arms are...
Philip. Oh, Philip.
No.
I need you, Philip. Philip, now.
Mildred, stop it. It's too late. I loved you too much. There's nothing left now. I can't look at you now without thinking of Edmund Miller and Griffith. Mildred, I can't help it. That's the way it is.
You old silly. I believe you're nervous.
You disgust me.
What?
You heard me. You disgust me.
Me? Me? I disgust. Well, you disgust. You kiss me. We laughed at you, Griffith and me. And at you because you were such a mug. And you want to know why? A cripple.
Where I was so very nice to him. To me, I had to go away. He said, I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, keep quiet, you brat, you. We'll be out of here soon enough. I've got work to do. The knife is beautiful picture. There's the first one. Oh, stop it. I'll smash it over you. Now the second one. That will show him. The knife now, his favorite color. Red. Now his book. Oh, no. First the mirror. Now his book. Thinking book. There. That'll show him.
The words came slower now as she told me how she went away quietly, determined never to see him again. And then she was ill, and since she had nothing, she called him back to look after her, as a doctor looks after a woman.
Mildred!
What, you follow me?
Mildred, you shouldn't be out. You're sick. I warned you weeks ago.
I'll hold the door.
Oh, for heaven's sake, come along.
Let go of me.
Let me take you home. Please listen to me, Mildred.
No, let go of
Mildred.
me. I'll do as I please.
Please,
Let
listen.
go of me. I'll do as I please.
And then her last words. I don't believe I will ever forget them.
I haven't seen him now for a long time. I hear he's a regular doctor now. And there's a girl. Good girl. And he's going to marry her. Marry her. You hear that, Father? Marry her. I hate him. And tell him that I hate him. Got to know that. Tell him Mildred sent him. That she never wanted him. Never will want him. Tell him that, Father. Tell him Mildred says it.
I will tell him. I will tell him you are sorry for what you did to him.
What? What did you say?
I will tell him you are sorry for what you did to him. And ask his forgiveness.
No. No, that isn't true. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. He was so good to me. Brushing my hair like he used to. Making me feel like a lady. When I was nothing. Nothing but dirt under his feet. Nothing. Nothing. Oh, Philip. Philip, I'm sick and I'm scared. You were so good to me. The only one that ever was. Why did I let you go?
You have just heard Miss Betty Davis and Mr. Ronald Coleman with Hans Conried in Of Human Bondage, as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The original score was written and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. While the two-way shortwave radio circuit is being set up between Hollywood and Iceland, a thought about one of your problems. Do you know how important the distributor in your car is to efficient engine performance and economy? It's very important, because it distributes high-voltage electrical current to the spark plugs at the proper instant. In a six-cylinder automobile engine running at 35 miles an hour, the spark must occur every 1/80th of a second. Imagine, about 5,000 times every minute. No matter how strong the electrical impulse may be or how perfect the wiring, an efficient spark can only arrive at the spark plug through a healthy distributor. During these war days, when your car must last longer than ever before, the life of the distributor should be safeguarded by giving it greater care. Drive into any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your local car dealer or serviceman. Have the electrical lifeline in your car checked. This will include the distributor. If any of the parts are worn or out of adjustment, replace them if necessary with original factory parts, Autolite parts. They will help keep your engine operating at top efficiency and economy. Remember, the name Autolite means precision manufacturing.
Mr. Coleman, we'll be ready on your call to Iceland in just a minute.
Thank you. That just gives me time to say this to you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a problem. Hundreds of letters have come to me from relatives of men overseas, asking me if I would arrange our shortwave conversation this week or next so that we could talk to their own sons, husbands, and brothers. Well, we'd like nothing better than to be able to grant all these sincere requests and make these dreams come true. But unfortunately, The regulations of the War Department make that impossible. The men on the fighting fronts to whom we speak are chosen by the military authorities. We know of their identity only a matter of hours before broadcast time. Of course, from week to week, it may happen that someone close to you will appear in this program, but as with so many things in life, that's a matter of happy chance. Now, one more thought. To you who long so much for the voice of someone you love, think of the great happiness that comes to the families of the boys who do speak on this program. Then I'm sure you'll be happy with them and for them. You might think of the boys, too, as if they were your own. They are, in a way, aren't they? Yours and mine. And now, engineer, how's the call coming?
Reykjavik, Iceland is standing by, Mr. Coleman.
All right.
Hollywood to Reykjavik. I've never done that before.
You're always wonderful in the new role, Betty. You put on these earphones, grab a fur coat, and let's join the boys up at Reykjavik on the Flaxafloy.
What's the Flaxafloy, Ronnie?
What?
Ben would send her his love.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Well, just so she'll get the message, you deliver it. Go ahead.
All right. From Ben to Charlotte, I love you.
Ronnie, you're giving that sergeant an awful lot to live up to. But what are the other messages?
Well, there's one from his newest nephew, James. He's only 5 months old, so you haven't seen him yet, Ben. But your mother quotes him as saying, "Dada glub," which liberally translated means, "I'm very proud of my Uncle Benny."
In Icelandic, Ben. And your father says he hopes you're keeping up with your music.
That's right. They were all proud when they saw your photo in Life magazine a few weeks ago. You were leading carolers on Christmas Eve.
That was just after you'd gotten through with the services for those of Jewish faith.
Betty, do you know what his mother says Ben misses most of all?
Well, he comes from Milwaukee, so I'd say it's beer.
No, it's trees.
Trees?
Yes, they don't have many trees in Iceland. I think we ought to do something about that, Betty.
For instance?
Well, can you make the sound of a tree?
That's one role I've never tried.
Well, how about a little help from the sound department?
All right.
You hear that, Ben? Well, we've just brought you a charming maple tree on the Kinnickinnick River.
That's as bad as Flaxafloy. By the way, what is that?
Betty, there's another young man waiting for a message.
Oh, it's Private Jimmy Jones.
We understand, Jimmy, that your regimental commander calls you the ideal soldier for contributing to Icelandic friendly relations.
Oh, really? I would like to talk to this young man. I've known a few friendly Joneses myself.
Well, he's quite a fellow, Betty. Jimmy, we heard about your risking your own life to rescue a child from the path of an automobile. Just to make you feel at home, we've brought you something from your hometown of Pittsburgh.
Yes, Jimmy Jones, from Hollywood to Iceland to Pittsburgh. Listen.
There you are. How's that, Jimmy?
Now, Ronnie, before we go any further, I want something done about my request.
Oh, yes, I know. About Flaxafloy. Well, Frank Martin, do you know?
Why, yes, it's a bay, of course. Reykjavik is on the bay of Flaxafloy.
Of course, Betty.
Oh, is that all? You know, boys, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I really thought...
Time's up, Miss Davis.
Maybe it's just as well.
Just as well. Good night, Sergeant Cohen and Private Jones. Good luck and God bless you.
Good night, boys.
Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, those boys so far from home bring to mind a young lad who might have been from your town before he enlisted. He married his high school sweetheart. A year later, he went overseas. It was rather like the end of the world for both of them, especially because he wouldn't be around for their baby's arrival. He saw plenty of action, but one thing that worried him was that the mail was not getting through regularly, and the lad began to worry. The baby, perhaps his wife, was sick. So he went to the Red Cross field director. A cable was dispatched to a Red Cross chapter back home. Not long after, these reassuring words arrived. Son born last week, wife writing regularly, both are well. Now, the Red Cross needs your help now to carry on this and many other services here and overseas. The Red Cross is your hand and your heart.
Next week, Oboler cordially invites you to another program of Everything for the Boys, your new global half hour uniting the home front and the fighting front. Your host, Ronald Coleman, in a dual role, will have as his guest Miss Ann Baxter in Arch Oboler's dramatization of the very amusing comedy, The Ghost Goes West, dedicated to a pair of our fighting men who will speak directly from their ditches based in Chongqing, China.
Our thanks to Betty Davis for being with us tonight. Until next week, when Ann Baxter is our guest, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Betty Davis, whose latest film is Old Acquaintance, appears through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours. And ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. But I must ask you to tread warily. We have some strange characters to contend with. Be a little tolerant. After all, they are only inhuman. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so light, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. Chris and Jean are seated in the car, and the only sound is the night song of the crickets. But let Chris himself take up the tale. Yes, we sit in the car all right. Yet there is another sound which cannot be heard, but it's felt. The silent, even tread of death as it stalks through the darkness surrounding us. Joan sits next to me, but we do not speak. Death has built a high wall which separates us forever. It began that evening when she came round for supper.
Hello, Chris.
Joan, I was beginning to worry.
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again.
Is that a promise?
Yes, Chris. This is our last date.
What?
I can't see you again. Not for a while.
But what is this?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it.
But I've got a right to talk about it. After all, we're engaged.
Oh, Chris, please, please, don't ask any more questions. Just believe it. It's got to be this way. It's just got to be.
We began supper. Joan sat across the table from me. Her face was broad and bleached down. I had to make her talk. I had to find out what was wrong.
Believe me, Chris, nothing's wrong.
But there is, Joan. Something's happened to you.
I told you not to ask questions. Why do you say that?
Because it's written all over you. Your eyes, the way you sit there, everything you say, everything you do.
You're wrong. Why should I be afraid? Why?
Oh, right. Oh, I almost forgot. There was a phone call for you, Jen.
Phone call?
Yes, about half an hour before you came. A woman. She said she was phoning from Ludlow Park. Well, that's all she said, except that you'd understand the message. The cup Joan was holding fell out of her hand and crashed to the floor. For a moment, she sat there rigid and white. And then, suddenly, she bolted out of her chair and hurried to the door. Joan! Joan, wait! Where are you going?
An appointment. I have an appointment. I must run.
With the woman who called from Ludlow Park?
Let me go. I'm late.
I'll drive you there.
No, I have my car downstairs.
I'm not letting you drive out to Ludlow Park this time of the night by yourself.
Chris, you must stay out of this.
But why?
Because that's the way it has to be. Someday you'll understand. Someday you'll understand everything.
After she'd gone, I thought of the woman who'd called from Ludlow Park. There was something familiar about her voice. Pacing the room didn't help, so I sat down and switched on the radio. By accident, I tuned to a police message. You may call it coincidence, but I knew it was more than just chance.
Roberts, Patrol Car 31 calling headquarters. Roberts, Patrol Car 31 to headquarters. As ordered, proceeding to Ludlow Park to investigate murder.
By the time I arrived out at Ludlow Park, the police searchlights had attracted a crowd of morbid curiosity seekers.
All right, stand back, please. Stand back now. It's all right.
Let me through. May I get through, please?
Hey, you, I just stand back there.
Yes, sir. I'd come about the person who was murdered.
So did all the other sensation seekers. I said get back there.
You don't understand. I can identify the body.
Identify the body?
Yes, I know the one who was murdered.
There's much left to identify after that night. You come with me. I'll take you to the sergeant.
Fine. I tried to stop her coming out here. I told her.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you talking about?
With Joan Vickers, my fiancée. The woman who got murdered.
Murdered? What? You got it all mixed up. It wasn't a woman who got slashed. It was a man.
Yes? What is it?
Hello, Joan.
Chris, what are you doing here?
I've got to talk to you.
Oh, it's so late. Tomorrow, call me tomorrow.
No, Joan, now, tonight.
But
It's got to be now, right now.
All right. Come in. What is it, Chris? What do you want to talk about?
Ludlow Park.
Ludlow Park.
And the murder out there.
Murder?
Why do you act so surprised? You should know about it. You went out to Ludlow Park tonight?
Why do you say I went there?
Because you told me. The woman I spoke to on the phone, she was out there.
But I didn't go. I changed my mind. I came straight home after I left.
You're lying. What are you hiding? I spoke to the porter downstairs. He said he saw you come in barely 15 minutes ago.
15 minutes ago?
Where were you, Joan? Where did you go after you left my place?
I put my car in the garage, and then I walked. I suppose I walked longer than I realized.
Where did you walk to?
I can't remember. Oh, Chris, please don't ask me anymore.
Where did you walk to?
No, I don't remember. Chris, please, I'm very tired. Please go. I'll talk to you in a minute.
Joan.
What is it?
In this waste paper basket. There's a pair of gloves in here.
Gloves?
Yes, here. Look at them, gloves. They're covered in blood.
Those gloves? Oh, how did they get into my basket?
The blood stains are still moist. Look at the initials.
J.C.
Joan Vickers, your gloves, Joan.
But I didn't wear them tonight. But the blood, how did it... Chris, who are you calling?
I'm going to the police.
Oh, Chris, wait, you mustn't. Don't call the police.
Why not?
Because they will
Joan, I'd believe you.
Put the phone down, for heaven's sake. Put it down.
Thank you, Chris. I wasn't really going to talk to the police. I just wanted to make you open up to me, to tell me everything. Now, what is it? What is it no one will believe?
It's that woman. That horrible woman.
The one who called from Ludlow Park?
Yes. Oh, she's evil. Chris, as evil and as black as the devil himself. She's the one who knifed that man to death tonight in the park.
And you say you weren't there?
I wasn't there.
Then how do you know it was a man who was murdered? I didn't say whether it was a man or a woman.
Didn't you?
No. I didn't say how he was murdered. Yet you knew he was slashed to death. If you weren't there, then how did you know?
I'm mixed up, Chris, but I can't explain. He was here just before you came. That woman. She told me what she did. She told me every horrible detail. She made me live.
You keep saying she. Who is this woman?
Believe me, Chris, I don't know.
Not even her name?
No, not even that. The first time I saw her was about 2 weeks ago. That's when I started to break our date. You remember?
Yes, but...
Well, one night when I came home, she was here, in the apartment. I was standing right here, taking my hat off. And when I looked in the mirror, I saw her there, behind me, grinning at me, a terrible, hateful grin. She said we were going to be like sisters. Blood sisters.
Why didn't you tell me about her before?
I was afraid of her. She has a strange power. I could always feel her near me. She said that if I told anyone, she'd kill me. Well, now I've told you. That means I'll be murdered. She'll find out and kill me.
No, she won't, Joan. You'll be all right. If you're telling the truth about this mad woman...
I am, Chris. Believe me, it's the truth.
Then I'll find her, Joan. I'll find her and stop her. I set out to find this strangely evil woman. No name, no address, not much to go on. Just Joan's description. A thin woman, about Joan's size, auburn hair like Joan's, and grey eyes, not much. But there was that phone call she made to my apartment in Ludlow Park.
Well, this is the switchboard, Mr. Ryan, about the phone call you got last night, the one you wanted me to check out for you.
Did you find anything?
Well, my boyfriend Albert got the information. Handy having a boyfriend who works for the telephone exchange.
You got the number, then, from where the call was made in Ludlow Park?
Oh, funny thing about that, Mr. Ryan, the call didn't come from there.
But it did.
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Albert got the exact information. The call came from 786-248. That number is in the center of town.
786-248 was Joan's phone number. The call came from Joan's flat. What was it for? There was something deeply familiar about it. Now I knew what it was. It had the same quality as that of Joan's voice.
Hello, Mr. Ryan. Oh, there's something I can do.
Well, I'm in a hurry, Miss Keith. If any messages come in for me, just say I'm at Miss Vickers' flat.
Miss Vickers? Well, there's no use you're going there. She's not at home.
No. But how do you know?
That's what I wanted to tell you. Miss Vickers called half an hour before you came in. She left a message. Said to tell you she'd gone to Ludlow Park again.
CID, Detective Sergeant Roberts speaking. I'm calling to prevent another murder at Ludlow Park. Well, you're calling about 15 minutes too late. The ambulance is on its way back from the park now. And there's a corpse inside with more knife holes than you can count. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste of uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying.
was here again. Chris, you've got to save me from her before it's too late.
Joan, where have you been?
Here, Chris. I've been right here all the time.
Then why do you have your hat and coat on?
My hat and coat?
You've been out.
No, I haven't been out. I've been sitting right here.
There's fresh mud on your shoes.
But that couldn't be.
Oh, look at them, look at them. Mud from that soft earth out at Ludlow Park.
I didn't go to Ludlow Park. I wouldn't go out, Chris.
Then why did you phone me and leave a message that you were going out?
Phone you? I didn't phone you.
Joan, I want the truth. Where were you tonight? You were out of this apartment. Where did you go?
I don't remember going out. Oh, please believe me, I don't remember anything. She does this to me. She comes to visit me and I forget everything except that she was here.
Joan, are you sure there's another woman?
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Is there really a woman or...
Oh, there is. She's real, alive. You've got to believe me.
I'm trying to, Joan. I'm trying with all my might. You know nothing about this new murder.
Yes, I know. She told me.
She told you about the second murder?
She told me.
The same kind of murder, a man, deep knife slashes, almost complete mutilation of the face.
Oh, she's a horrible thing, Chris. She laughed when she told me about it. She laughed this fiendish laugh. Oh, Chris, my time will come soon. Take me away from her, where she cannot find me.
No, Joan. No, you're staying here. And tomorrow afternoon, I'm taking you to a doctor.
Doctor?
Psychiatrist.
You don't believe what I've told you?
Yes, but
You think I'm mad?
Oh, just do as I asked, darling. Dr. Fisher may be able to help both of us.
I'm not sick. I'm all right. I'm just frightened.
You explain it all to Dr. Fisher.
I won't go to a doctor. If you don't believe me, then no one will. No matter what you say or do, I'm not going to a doctor.
I had that talk with Joan last night. This afternoon, I went to see Dr. Fisher alone. I told the doctor as much about Joan as I felt it safe to mention.
A clear case of schizophrenia, Mr. Ryan. Split personality.
But that can't surely be, Doctor. This young lady I told you about is aware of both personalities.
Mr. Jekyll was also aware of Mr. Hyde.
Yes, Doctor, but that was fiction.
Fiction is often no stranger than truth. These split personalities do no power to prevent the sudden changes in identity. And when the personality shift occurs, other changes often accompany it.
What do you mean?
Well, there are often slight physical changes, such as posture, gait, and frequently vocal quality.
Her voice. I told you about that. The voice of the woman on the phone was different, yet there was a similar quality.
Exactly, Mr. Ryan. I strongly urge that your friend be given medical attention as soon as possible.
I wanted to bring her with me today, Doctor. She refused to come. If only there was some way of getting it.
No, pardon me. Come in.
Sorry to interrupt you, Doctor, but there's someone waiting outside. A very agitated case.
I'll be through in a moment. Have them wait.
Oh, she insists on seeing you immediately. Her name is Joan Vickers.
That was another surprise, but a happy one. Joan wanted to help herself, but she wanted to do it alone. I could understand that. I left the office and waited outside under a tree in spite of the rain. I stood there for about 10 minutes, and then... A scream came from the house. I rushed across the lawn, back into the building. I opened the door to the doctor's office. The nurse was standing in the center of the room, sobbing hysterically. On the floor at her feet was Dr. Fisher. His face was slashed to ribbons. No other woman, Joan.
believe me, there is another woman.
It was you who called me the other night. You called this apartment before you came to my place. You used the voice of your other personality. That's why I didn't recognize it.
I didn't phone you.
You don't realize it now. You don't realize all those terrible things you're capable of doing.
If you love me, don't say
I love you, a mad killer like you.
I wouldn't kill it, couldn't. The other woman, she...
I told you, there is no other woman. You described her to me. And that fits you, too. Thin like you, your height, auburn hair like yours. You told me you first saw her standing behind you when you looked in a mirror. You were looking at yourself. Yourself.
Wrong, Chris, and I can prove it. She's here now, in this flat, in the other room. Oh, come with me, Chris. I'll prove it. I'll show you. Here, Chris. There. See if you...
The bedroom was empty. There was a mirror on the wall directly opposite the doorway where we stood. Draped across a chair was a woman's coat. I recognized it. It was Jones. It was still wet from the rain.
She's gone. She must have gone out the back way.
She was never here.
But that coat. You can see it's still wet.
Yes, and it's your coat.
It is mine, but she took it. She wore it. Oh, Chris. She must have been able to hear what I told you. She'll kill me tonight when I meet them at her park.
You can stop that now.
Oh, but don't you understand? She'll kill me. She said I'd come to the park to meet her tonight. She said that nothing could stop me from coming. She has this terrible power over me. If you don't stop me, I know I will go.
You're going to Ludlow Park tonight.
What?
I'm taking you there.
But you'll kill me.
No. There won't be any other murder tonight. Because there is no other woman to kill you. That is why I'm taking you, to prove that there is no other woman except you. We arrived in Ludlow Park 10 minutes ago, and now we sit here in the car. Jones sits next to me, but we do not speak. Death has built a high wall which will separate us forever. I've just taken the keys out of the ignition.
Chris, where are you going?
I'm leaving you here in the car alone. I'm going for a walk. I'll be nearby.
Oh, Chris, you can't leave. She'll come and kill me.
I told you I'm going to prove to you that there is no other woman. You'll be alone in the car for a while.
Oh, Chris, wait. Wait, come back. Hello, Joan. You came to the park just as I said you would. He didn't believe me. He didn't believe. I told you no one would believe you. And I warned you not to tell. Why did you choose me? Because one day I saw you in the street. You were so much like me. I told you we were like blood sisters. You're good and I evil. Yes, that's it. Evil. That is why I became so attached to you. Good and evil existing side by side in the same body. Only it wasn't the same body, was it? You know why I wanted you to come here, Joan. You're going to kill me? Yes, I'm going to kill you. But it isn't going to look like murder. Not at all. As you said, no one believes I exist. And after that, I won't exist. Because you'll be dead. A suicide. Suicide? No knife this time. A gun. The one I have here in my hand. It will look as though you shot yourself. Are you afraid, Jones? Yes. Well, think how wonderful death will be.
you won't be afraid anymore. The pain passes in a fleeting moment, and then there is nothing left to feel or fear. Now, a shot from this gun.
John, you're all right.
But that gun.
You fainted. It was my gun.
Oh.
I've been in the police force for 21 years. It was the first time I've ever shot a woman. Before we left tonight, I telephoned Sergeant Robertson. Thank goodness I did.
She's dead?
Yes. In the back seat. But I wouldn't look if I were you.
Cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door. Listen. Whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline, available wherever you see the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independent Signal dealers from Canada to Mexico.
am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Cover Up.
As the cold gray dawn broke over the fog-shrouded coastal village of Benton Cove, death came to the big house on the hill. Moments after the chimes of the hall clock had echoed 6 times through the silent house, a door along the upstairs corridor closed quietly, and Joan Harper, white-faced, nervously twisting a handkerchief in her fingers, moved slowly down the great circular stairway. At the foot of the stairs, she stopped, looked back over her shoulder for an instant, and then hurried into the library. As she picked up the phone, placed her call with the operator, her thoughts raced back to a moment 2 years ago, to a bright, warm spring morning in the garden when David Blaine had come to her.
Joan? Joan?
Here I am, David. Over here.
Hard at work, I see.
Well, these plants certainly do need a lot of care. I don't suppose you'd be interested in some spade work, Mr. Blaine?
Well, might be.
Good. And after that, I'll have something else for you to do. The hedge along the...
Joan.
Yes, David.
I suppose you couldn't help overhearing that row upstairs.
Well, Adele's voice has a way of...
No use, Joan. I've tried to make it work, but it just won't. I'll be leaving in a day or two, moving into an apartment in Los Angeles.
I see.
Of course, there'll be no divorce. If Adele was well and strong, well, that would be another matter, but she isn't, and... Well,
I know, David.
I'll do all I can for Adele, of course.
Adele has more than enough money to take care of everything.
I just can't stay on here any longer. It wouldn't be good for Adele either. You understand why I can't stay, don't you, Joan?
Yes, I understand. David.
Yes.
Nothing. It's nothing.
Yes, that was 2 years ago, wasn't it, Joan? 2 long years. Yet you remember it well, don't you? You understood then quite clearly why it was impossible for him to stay here at the house. And at that moment, you wanted to tell David that you were in love with him, too. But you couldn't. And you told yourself it would all work out for the best this way. David would go away, and there would be no divorce. Your sister Adele would always stand between you, as long as she lived. Now, 2 years later, you're placing a call to David to tell him that Adele is dead.
Hello?
David, this is Joan.
Joan, well, this is a surprise. How are you?
David, I've been trying to reach you for the past 2 hours.
Oh? Well, I was at the airport seeing someone off, you know. Just this minute got back to the apartment. Joan, is something wrong?
It's Adele. She's dead.
Dead?
Yes, sometime during the night. She shot herself. David?
Yes?
She was expecting you last night.
I know. Something came up at the last minute. I couldn't make it. I was planning to drive down this morning.
I see. All right, David. You'll hurry?
Yes. Yes, I'll leave right away.
Your hand is trembling as you replace the receiver. There's a tight, hard knot in your throat. The mere sound of his voice can do that, can't it, Joan? But there's something else. David's manner. His excuse about not coming down. And that vague feeling that has persisted ever since you were awakened by the gunshot. In that confused, half-awake state, it sounded as if there was someone on the back stairs hurrying away. But you couldn't be sure. The thought keeps running through your mind now as you wait for David, while you answer the many questions of Sheriff Quinn. And then it's all swept away as you meet David. And in the days that follow, you call yourself foolish for letting your imagination run wild. David helps with everything after he arrives, and you stand side by side at the funeral attended by a large gathering of friends, villagers. And when it's over, you walk from the family crypt down the tree-shaded path toward the road in the waiting car.
David,
Yes?
have you made any plans about going back to the city?
No, nothing definite. How about you, Joan?
Oh, I suppose I'll stay on at the house with Mrs. Hastings.
Joan,
Yes?
who's that man walking up ahead, the one in the trench coat?
Oh, that's Mark Quinn. He's the sheriff here.
Sheriff. I see. Rather young, isn't he?
Yes. Very capable, they say. Why do you ask?
Oh, I couldn't help noticing during the services back there. He seemed to take it all pretty badly. I've seen that look on a man's face before. Hard, drained of all color, a little angry. Yet you know he's crying inside. He was in love with Adele, wasn't he?
Yes, ever since high school. They were engaged once.
Then I came along. Is that it?
That's it.
You know, I had a hunch it was something like that. Suppose he blames me for what's happened.
Oh, of course not, David.
He didn't come around to offer his condolences.
Oh, perhaps he's going to do that now.
What?
He stopped at the gate. I think he's waiting for us.
Oh. Yeah. Yes, I think he is.
Oh, Joan.
Hello, Mark.
I don't suppose I'm the first to say this, but, well, if there's anything I can do...
Thank you, Mark. Oh, you've never met David, have you?
Hello, Mark.
We met a long time ago, Mr. Blaine. I don't suppose you remember. I was at the wedding.
Oh, I see. Sorry,
That's quite all right. Some people have a memory for faces. Others don't. I happen to have. Although sometimes it plays tricks on me.
That's so?
Take the other night, for instance, Tuesday night, the night Mrs. Blaine died. I could have sworn I saw you getting off the train here at the depot.
Oh?
Caught only a glimpse of the face. I was mistaken, of course. You couldn't have been on that train.
No, I didn't arrive till the following morning. I drove down.
Uh-huh. Well, I know you're anxious to get back up the hill, Joan. I won't keep you. Remember, if I can be of any help.
What? Oh, yes, thank you, Mark.
The fear has swept over you once again, hasn't it, Joan? The fear that points a finger of suspicion to David. And you wonder if Mark really did see David at the depot Tuesday night. Wonder if Mark actually believes he was mistaken. As you drive back to the house, you wonder, too, about the footsteps you thought you heard on the back stairs the same night. You don't want to think about it. Try to force it from your mind, but you can't. And you're afraid that what you suspect is true. That David was in the house the night your sister died. When you return to the house, you leave David downstairs in the library. Hurry up to your room. Pick up the phone. Moments later, you're talking to the telephone operator at David's business office.
I'm sorry. Mr. Blaine is out of town.
Oh, yes, I remember now. He said something about going down to Benton Cove. When did he leave?
He left Tuesday on the afternoon train.
Tuesday afternoon? You're certain?
Yes, I'm quite certain. I made the reservation myself.
Oh, I see. Thank you. He was here that night. David was here.
With the prologue of Cover Up, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. But first, a word about the amazing growth of Signal Oil Company from a mere handful of stations in Southern California into a coast-wide organization serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. That growth has in large measure been due to one policy, which Signal has followed consistently for 17 years, to make each product that bears the name Signal even better and better. That goes not only for Signal gasoline and Signal premium compounded motor oil, but also for Signal's line of fine-quality automotive accessories. For instance, take Signal's new deluxe battery. Unlike ordinary batteries, which are guaranteed for only 12 or 18 months, Signal deluxe batteries are guaranteed for a full 30 months on a service basis. And their improved all-rubber separators, the finest type known to battery engineering, make Signal deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power. So, whether it's long life or dependable trouble-free performance you're interested in, you'll be wise to see your Signal dealer before you buy any battery. Compare the low cost per month of a Signal deluxe battery. Compare the generous trade-in Signal dealers are now offering for old batteries. Compare their convenient credit terms. You'll see why, from any angle, today's best battery buy is the Signal Deluxe battery, sold only at Signal service stations. And now back to the Whistler.
There's little doubt in your mind now, is there, Joan? David was in the house the night Adele died. You suspect the terrible reason as you wonder why he lied to you. You're afraid to think about it, afraid of what it can mean. You pace up and down the room for hours, fighting the horrible thoughts that keep creeping into your mind. Finally, there's a knock on the door. Mrs. Hastings, the housekeeper, enters.
Dinner will be ready in about an hour, Miss Jones.
Dinner? Oh, I don't...
Mr. David was wondering if you'd like to join him in the library for a cocktail before...
No, I don't think I'll come down tonight, Mrs. Hastings. I'm not feeling well.
You really should have something, Miss Jones.
I'll be all right. Perhaps after I rest a while.
Very well.
A moment after Mrs. Hastings leaves, you slip quietly down the back stairs, out into the cool night air, and start down the road to the village. You can't bear to face David now, can you? Not until you've had more time to think. You keep telling yourself it's all a horrible mistake. You're confused. That it'll all work out somehow. Then as you cross the small wooden bridge a short distance from the house, you hear someone call.
Joan? Oh, Joan.
Who is it?
Oh, hello. Out for a little stroll?
Oh, Mark. What are you doing here?
Thought I'd take in a little night air. Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Going down the village?
Yes.
Mind if I go along?
No, of course not.
I'm sort of glad I ran into you.
Oh?
Yes, I've been wanting to talk to you. About Adele. Of course, if you'd rather I didn't...
No, it's quite all right, Mark. What?
When you found her, you didn't touch anything. The gun, for instance?
Gun? Why, no, I didn't even notice it until later after Dr. Kempston had arrived. It had fallen from her hand. Why do you ask?
Well, there's something rather odd about the fingerprints on it. Adele's prints.
What do you mean?
The position of the prints is rather unusual. Would seem more like that gun had been placed in her hand than the hand had been closed tightly around the handle to make the print.
Oh, I see.
It doesn't seem natural to me the way the gun was held.
Oh?
But then, who knows? I guess it's entirely possible.
Mark, I don't believe I'll go down to the village after all. I just remembered something.
Oh?
I'll have to go back to the house. You go on.
Something important?
Yes. Yes, it's quite important.
Suddenly you've made up your mind, haven't you, Joan? Yes. You've got to see David right away. You've got to know for certain. You hurry back to the house, to the library. David isn't there. You go on up to his room. Knock on the door. No answer.
David? David?
You call his name softly, but sensing as you do that he's not in the room. And knowing, too, that you're glad you don't actually have to face him. Then your eyes move to the top of the bureau, to a letter addressed to David. Your hand moves to it slowly, mechanically. And even as you tell yourself that it's wrong, you take the letter from its envelope, stare at the first page, at the letterhead of Doctors Ferguson and Dunby, physicians and surgeons. You know at once that old Dr. Ferguson, executor of Adele's father's estate, wrote that letter. That isn't important, is it, Joan? It's what he tells David in the first paragraph, a brief paragraph, but so very important.
And so, David, I feel it my duty to advise you that in the event of Adele's death, prior to yours, and while a state of marriage still exists, all of the monies and property involved in your late father-in-law's estate are bequeathed to you. Oh, no. Oh, David.
Oh, Joan. I didn't know you were in here.
I thought, David, have you seen him?
I believe he's out in the garden, miss. Said something about taking a turn before dinner.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Hastings.
You tremble as you go downstairs and out into the garden. It was wrong of you to be in David's room. Wrong to take his letter. But somehow you couldn't help it. And those words keep blurring in your mind as you walk quickly toward the rose arbor. David had a motive to kill her, didn't he, Joan? A strong one. And no matter how hard you try to fight down your fears, they persist. Suddenly, you're aware of David's voice, and you step back, stand behind the protection of the rose arbor, listening as he questions old Ben, the gardener.
What you mean to say is, Ben, you didn't do as you were told that night.
Well, Mr. David, I didn't mean to go against Miss Adele's wishes, but I was tired. I saw no reason why I should go into town.
But all the other servants did go into town.
Yes, sir. Oh, if only we had known what poor Miss Adele was planning to do to herself.
It might have been prevented, yes. But what I was wondering about, Ben, from your cottage, didn't you hear the shot?
Yes, but I thought it was only a car backfiring.
You didn't go out, look around in the yard?
You mean there might have been someone here, Mr. David, that it might not have been suicide?
I'm asking the questions, Ben. Did you see or hear anyone?
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't...
That's all I want to know.
But I guess there could have been someone, Mr. David. I had no idea anyone even suspected...
No one does, Ben. Forget it. Forget we even discussed the matter.
The tone of David's voice frightens you, doesn't it, Joan? You draw back into the shadows as the two men start away toward old Ben's cottage. Then you turn and hurry back to the house. Enter the library, the letter still clasped in your hand. You want to read that terrible, frightening paragraph again, but David suddenly calls your name.
John! John!
You whirl around, frantically wondering if he saw you, knows that you were listening outside.
John!
Then, as you hear him coming toward the library, you remember the letter, know that you must hide it. You turn hurriedly, slip the letter behind a heavy oil painting on the mantelpiece.
Oh, there you are, Joan. I've been wanting to talk to you.
I was in the garden.
Oh?
David, is there anything special you want to tell me?
Why, yes. Joan, when everything is cleared up here, I'll be going away again. If I sent for you, say, in 6 months, would you come to me?
I don't know, David.
You don't know?
No, I don't, David. It seems there are more important things we should be talking about.
More important things? What could be more important than you and I? You know why I went away the first time. You must know now that I'd do anything for you.
Yes, I believe you would do anything.
What are you talking about, Joan?
David, where were you the night Adele died?
I told you. I was in Los Angeles. Joan, where are you going?
Leave me alone, David. I've got to think.
Goodness, Miss Joan. You've scarcely touched your breakfast.
I'm sorry, I don't want any more.
My dear, you simply must calm yourself. I know you didn't sleep at all well last night,
Mrs. Hastings, I'm going to drive into town. If you have to reach me for any reason, I'll be at Dr. Ferguson's office.
All right, Miss Joan.
I help you? I'm Joan Harper. I wanted to see Dr. Ferguson. Were you a patient of his? No. But you see, he looked after my sister and handled her affairs.
Dr. Ferguson passed away last week.
He's dead?
Yes. Pneumonia.
Oh, I see.
Could Dr. Dunby help you?
No, I'm afraid not. It wasn't anything important anyway. Thank you.
Is that you, Miss Joan?
Yes, Mrs. Hastings?
Oh, goodness, Miss Joan, I didn't know whether to call you or not. But Mr. David has decided to leave. He's upstairs packing.
Packing now?
Yes, I didn't know if he discussed it with you or not. It all seemed so sudden.
I'll go up. David.
Oh, it's you, Joan. I thought you...
David, why are you going away?
I told you.
But only last night. You said you were going to wait until everything was cleared up.
Everything's as clear as it'll ever be, Joan. Look, I just can't say why, but...
Yes, David?
Well, I can't stand it around here. This house, the memories.
Is that all that bothers you, David?
Joan, I wish that...
In a minute, Mrs. Hastings.
I'm sorry, but Sheriff Quinn is downstairs. There's a man with him. He insists on seeing Mr. David.
Sheriff. Oh, David.
I'll go talk to him.
No. I want to go with you, David. We'll talk to him together.
Going down the stairs, you take his hand, grasp it tightly, reassuringly. But all the time, the fears of the past few days pound in your brain, telling you exactly what's going to happen when you walk into the living room with David to confront Sheriff Mark Quinn.
Oh, morning, Joan. Sorry to disturb you.
It's all right, Mark. I understand you want to talk to David.
Yes. Mr. Blaine, this is Joe Larkins.
Oh? You don't remember, I guess, Sheriff.
The night your wife was killed, Mr. Blaine, Larkins here was on a freight train that passed through Benton Cove on its way to Los Angeles.
It's him, all right. Can't be no mistake. He swung on the train, rode up to L.A., and hopped off.
Oh, David.
Blaine, I had a hunch all along you were in town the night your wife was shot. Now I'd go a step further and say you were in this house.
David, oh, David, tell them it isn't true. Tell them you never saw this man before.
I'm sorry, Joe. There's no use pretending any longer. He saw me all right. I was on that freight. And I was here that night with Adele.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since thorough scientific lubrication is even more important to your car during the rainy season, I'd like to tell you about some of the extras you get in a Signal lube job. You see, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, do go out of their way to give you the kind of job they're proud to stand back of. That's why, for instance, they take no chances on memory when they lubricate your car. Instead, they check against Signal's factory-recommended lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car. And they use 9 specialized Signal oils and greases, so each part will have the exact type of protection it needs. But do they stop there? No, sir. Just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. Now, that's the kind of lube service you want if your car is to give you the long, trouble-free service that was built into it. And that's the kind of lubrication you get from friendly, independent Signal dealers. And now back to the Whistler.
It's all over, isn't it, Joan? In David's own words, there's no use pretending any longer. And you look from him to the quiet, accusing face of Sheriff Mark Quinn. There's no doubt or question. David was in the house on the night Adele died. He had every reason to kill her. You know that from what you read in the letter you hid behind the painting on the mantelpiece. It can mean only one thing. David is guilty. And then you're suddenly aware of his voice, speaking quietly, futilely, telling Sheriff Quinn another version of what happened the night he came here to see Adele.
I suppose there's little use telling it. I knew how it would sound then. That's why I ran.
Ran?
You saw me all right that night at the station, Sheriff. I came down on the train. Adele had phoned that afternoon, asked me to come. Said she'd arranged for us to be alone so we could talk, get things straightened out once and for all. When I arrived at the house, in Adele's room, she was dead.
Go on, Mr. Blaine.
I don't know whether she asked me to come here to frame me or not. Anyway, the gun was lying on the floor beside her. I picked it up without thinking. Then I realized how it was going to look. I wiped the gun off, pressed it back into Adele's hand.
Oh, David.
An interesting story, Blaine.
It's true. You knew about it, Quinn. It was all in that letter of Dr. Ferguson.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know anything about any letter.
You took it, Quinn. Knowing it would have saved me.
Dr. Ferguson's letter?
Yes.
Oh, David, what are you saying? That letter makes everything worse. Your motive.
You know anything about any letter, Joan?
Yes, I hid it. Here, behind this picture. I'll get it.
Joan, you did this for me?
Oh, I knew it was wrong, David, but I couldn't help it. I just knew you didn't do it. I hid it to help you.
Give me that letter.
You didn't read it all, did you, Joan?
I read enough.
Read the second page, Sheriff. That last paragraph.
I tell you these things, David, because of the situation existing between you and your wife, Adele, and because my most recent examination shows that she has less than a month to live.
David?
Well, I guess that does it, David. Nobody would kill someone who had only a month to live. Sorry I caused you so much trouble.
Oh, David. And I almost burned that letter.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Lorette Philbrand and Nett Lefevre. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Lewis Hampton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Nightmare.
In the bouncing glare of the headlights, the narrow shoreline road twisted and turned dangerously. Signposts, clumps of pine trees, driveways to darkened estates whirled past Philip Adams as he raced through the night, and behind him the sirens grew louder and louder. As Philip Adams ran from the car into the brush, he patted his coat pocket. The bulging manila envelope was still there. Branches tore at his clothing. He stumbled on the rocky path. Fell. Quickly he staggered to his feet and plunged on into the thick undergrowth. And then he heard voices and stopped to listen.
Mac, you and Charlie cover the creek there. Okay. Oh, Eddie, keep that spot on the road, will you? All right, the rest of you, come on. Hey down there, any luck?
No sign of him down here, Lieutenant.
Bound to be around here somewhere.
Are you sure this is the guy we're looking for, Lieutenant?
Yeah, we checked the license number. It's Adams, all right.
Think he might still have the dough on him?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
You know, he's no piker, this Adams. $200,000.
Yeah, well, it was easy for him. He worked for the bank, knew his way around. He hadn't got so anxious and barreled out the fast trying to get away.
Say, Lieutenant.
Huh?
I wonder if he had time to make it inside one of these estates along here.
Maybe. He'd have a tough time getting into this one, though. Oh, here, throw your light up there along the wall, will you?
Yeah. No, don't see a thing.
All right. Now, come on. Let's take a look over this way. Keep your eyes open.
You know, I got a hunch he headed back across the road.
As the officers move away to continue their search, you breathe a little easier, don't you, Philip? Painfully, you crawl from the underbrush and carefully hobble across the street. The entrance gate to the estate is locked, but you've got to get over that wall. A last, desperate, agonizing leap gives you one more chance at freedom. But it isn't much of a chance, is it, Philip? As you lie there in a cold sweat on top of the wall, clutching the rough stone with bleeding hands, you feel the sharp pain spread slowly up your leg.
My leg.
You know you've hurt your ankle badly. Luck has been against you from the start. The officer was right, wasn't he? If only you'd taken your time. If you hadn't been so anxious to get away with the money, this wouldn't have happened. And the perfect crime isn't so perfect now. Is it, Philip? Moments later, as the moon creeps from behind a cloud, you see the house a short distance away. Its windows are dark. Carefully, you drop to the ground. Move across the lawn. Your twisted ankle making each step an eternity of pain. The windows on the ground floor are locked. Then, as you cross the porch, you kick the doormat and hear the clink of metal.
A key. It's a door key. I wonder if... Let's see.
Yeah. You open the door cautiously. Smell the musty odor of a closed house. See the furniture covers, the rolled up rugs. Heaving a sigh of relief, you close the door. Hobble across the living room. In the kitchen, you turn on the water faucet. Let the cold water run over your bleeding hand. And then...
Well, hello.
Oh, hello.
I was sound asleep. I thought when you came, the noise of the car would wake me.
The car? Oh, you mean...
I didn't really know if you'd take the train, taxi, drive, or what. That's why I sent you the wire about the key.
Oh, yeah, the key. Oh, yes. Yeah, I found it all right.
Oh, your hand. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Here, let me...
No. No, it's nothing.
Oh, we'd better take care of this.
I tripped walking up the drive. Afraid I twisted my ankle, too.
I'd better call a doctor.
No, please. No, that won't be necessary. No, I'll be all right in a few days.
But he lives just down the road.
No, I don't need a doctor now, really.
Well, then I'll get some bandages. After all, that's what I'm here for. To take care of you.
Oh?
Oh, I'm Miss Wyatt. Hilda Wyatt.
Oh, it's Wyatt. Oh, yes, of course.
How do you do, Miss Wyatt?
In a few moments, she's back with bandages and iodine for your bleeding hands. And you watch her as she runs steaming hot water into a basin and wonder who young, attractive Miss Wyatt is. You wonder, too, who you're supposed to be. It's fantastic, isn't it, to sneak into a strange house and be greeted so cordially by a woman you've never seen before.
There now. If you'll put your foot in the water. Too hot?
Yeah, no. I'll get used to it.
It should take the swelling down.
Oh.
I'm certainly glad you're here.
Yeah.
This is such a big house. I guess I was a little frightened. I've been here alone the past 2 days.
You've been alone?
Oh, well, the employment agency didn't want to send any of the other servants down until they heard from Evans.
Evans?
The new butler. You know.
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course.
I spoke to him on the phone last night. Sounds rather nice. I think you'll like him.
Oh, yes. Sure I will. Where is Evans now?
He was in San Francisco. He said he'd be down in a day or so. You see, he was under the impression you wouldn't be here for several days. Something you said in one of your wires from Chicago.
Oh, yes. Well, I changed my mind.
Well, he's likely to arrive any time. Anyway, everything's practically ready for you. I made up your room myself. And if you don't mind my cooking for breakfast...
Well, of course not. You're very thoughtful, Miss Wyatt.
Oh, that's just professional instinct. And now that you're here in your new home, I hope you like it. And your new secretary, too.
I hope so, too, Miss Wyatt. Who told you I was just moving in?
The employment agency. They told me quite a bit about you. And the gardener next door is very talkative. Says he even knows what you paid for the house.
Oh, ow. Easy with that hand, Miss Wyatt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not much of a brownie, I'm afraid. But I am a good secretary.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
I appreciate your hiring me, Mr. Crane.
Oh, you do?
Is something wrong, Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane?
Huh? Oh, wrong? No. No, everything's fine, Miss Wyatt. Yes, just fine.
With the prologue of Nightmare, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. But now, news about ethyl gasoline. Signal Ethyl is already back at many Signal service stations and will soon be available at all Signal stations. So tonight, on behalf of all the independent Signal dealers throughout the West, I want to take this opportunity to thank you loyal Signal customers for your patience during the period when unavoidable conditions made it impossible to supply this extra quality gasoline. Naturally, Signal Oil Company is doing everything in its power to get Signal Ethyl into all Signal stations as soon as possible, although it will take a little longer to supply stations located farthest from refineries. For your convenience, each Signal dealer will post a sign at his station the moment his supply of Signal Ethyl arrives. That sign will be your signal that you can again enjoy the faster starting, more flashing pickup, and smoother knock-free power of Signal Ethyl gasoline. So, for the very tops in performance from your car, watch for the sign at your Signal station that says, "We have Ethyl." And now back to the Whistler.
You're bewildered by the curious turn of events, aren't you, Philip? Fleeing the police in the middle of the night, entering a strange house, being greeted as though you belonged, greeted by the perfect secretary, Miss Hilda Wyatt, who somehow thinks you're the owner of the estate, a man named Crane. And now, as you stretch out on the long leather couch in the study, you can't sleep, can you? This strange refuge from the police is almost as nerve-wracking as last night's chase. Your swollen, twisted ankle makes walking almost impossible. And you know you're going to have to stay here in this house until your ankle gets better. But you think of what could happen. Perhaps the servants will arrive from San Francisco and expose you. Maybe the real Mr. Crane will show up. Something you'll say will arouse Miss Wyatt's suspicions. She'll call the police. As the first rays of the morning sun creep through the window, you try to ignore the pain in your ankle as you slip through the hall to the front door. All you want is escape. Escape to Mexico with the $200,000 you stole from the local bank. And then as you open the door...
Oh. Hello. Just about to ring your bell here.
Well, what is it you want?
My name's Haskell, Lieutenant, Norville Police. And you're...
my name's Crane.
I see. You own this place?
That's right. I bought it a little while back.
He's Hudson Willard Crane. He owns the Oil Club near Reno.
Miss Wyatt, good morning.
Oh, you shouldn't be on that ankle, you know.
This is Miss Wyatt, my secretary officer.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Wyatt? Oh, so you're the Hudson Crane that owns the Oriole Club, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Oh, you said you were looking for someone, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah. A man named Adams. He ran off with a couple of $100,000 from the local bank. He was in the neighborhood last night. Thought he might have climbed over the wall, gotten into the estate here. You didn't see or hear anything during the night?
Why, no. No, nothing at all.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. Crane. Sorry I bothered you. Thank you, miss.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Goodbye.
Well, Miss Wyatt, you seem to know quite a bit about me.
Oh, no, not really. Actually, I only know what they told me at the employment agency. They said you were young and rather good-looking, a successful nightclub operator, but I'll learn more in time.
Yes, for a new secretary, Miss Wyatt seems to know quite a bit about her employer, Mr. Hudson Willard Crane. Doesn't she, Philip? But it's lucky for you that the employment agency told her as much as they did. You couldn't have told the officers anything, could you? Not even Crane's first name. And you have to convince everyone that you are Mr. Crane for a day or so. Yes, Miss Wyatt was a lucky break for you. She's efficient, too, in many ways, as you find out the next morning.
More coffee, Mr. Crane?
Oh, no, thank you. This is fine.
I thought after you finished breakfast, we might get right to work. That is, if you feel up to it. There are some checks you should sign for the real estate people.
Checks? Oh, well, yeah, I'll attend to that later.
And the mail. Your correspondence is piling up.
Well, later, Miss Wyatt.
Well, all right, sir. Oh, I suppose you'll want to talk to Evans, the butler.
Evans, he's here?
He arrived a short while ago. He came on the bus.
Oh.
I'll send him in.
No, wait, not just yet.
But he'll be anxious to know how you want things done, Mr. Crane. After all, some of your friends may be dropping in. And...
Oh, Miss Wyatt, please. I'll take care of everything later.
Very well, Mr. Crane.
You notice the strange, puzzled look on Miss Wyatt's face as she turns and walks away. And you wonder if she's beginning to think that something is wrong. You realize that your only chance to evade the police is to stay in the house for another 24 hours, at least until your ankle's better. Yes, that's all you need, isn't it? 24 hours. And the police will have left the neighborhood by then, and you'll be able to slip away unnoticed. But in the meantime, you've got to somehow keep one jump ahead of the efficient Miss Wyatt. And to do that, you've got to know more about this man, Crane. You hurry to the study.
Oh, Mr. Crane,
Looking for something, Miss Wyatt?
Oh, well, I was just sorting things out.
I thought I made it perfectly clear that you were not to bother with business.
But these are the files you sent from Chicago. I was just going to straighten them out.
Uh-huh. I'll take care of Miss Wyatt.
Mr. Crane, I don't want you to think I was deliberately prying into your personal affairs. I'll get it. Hello? Yes, Chicago. Oh, yes, I'll take the call.
Just a minute, Miss Wyatt. Let me have the phone.
Well, all right, Mr. Crane.
Hello?
Hello, this is Mr. Crane.
One moment, please. Miss Wyatt, this is personal. Do you mind?
Oh, of course not.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Crane?
Hey, what's going on there?
Oh, let me apologize for the confusion, sir. We were just opening the house, and I'm...
Who is this, the new butler?
Yes, I'm the new butler. I'm Evans, sir.
All right, now get this. I'm leaving Chicago in a few minutes, flying out to San Francisco.
Do you wish me to meet you, sir?
Never mind, I'll pick up a car at the airport garage and drive in myself.
Oh, very good, sir.
My plane lands sometime tomorrow.
Pardon, sir. Would you mind telephoning from San Francisco when you arrive?
Why?
Well, I want to have the house ready for you, sir.
Oh, of course.
You'll be bringing guests, sir?
No, I'll be alone.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. If anybody asks you, you don't know when I'm coming back, understand?
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
I don't want to see anybody when I get there. Just get away from everything and everybody.
I quite understand, sir. Is that all, sir?
See you tomorrow, Evans.
Your hand trembles as you replace the receiver. You haven't much time now, have you, Philip? And yet somehow you sense in all this a real chance for escape. A few minutes later, you put things in motion in a conversation with Evans, the new butler. And you're no longer afraid, because you know now that he's never met Crane face to face.
Evans, I hate to have you just arrive and then send you off again, but something urgent's come up.
Very good, sir. Whatever you wish.
I'm going to have to make a quick trip to Canada. I want you to run into San Francisco and make the arrangements for me. Oh, here's some money. Buy anything you think I'll need.
Well, this might all take some time, sir.
It's all right. Well, I'd like to leave day after tomorrow, and you stay on in the city until everything's taken care of.
Very good, sir. I'll handle everything.
Yes, Philip. Evans will handle everything. He's very efficient. Too bad you have no intention of actually using his services. But it will look good to the police, won't it? When Crane finally arrives and they piece it all together. Discover that you planned a clever escape to Canada. It will throw them off, while you're actually continuing on your way to Mexico. It's later that night, with Evans gone, that you decide to speak to Miss Wyatt. Plant some things in her mind that will add to your plan in evading the police. You go downstairs and wonder why it's so quiet in the house. Suddenly you feel panic.
Miss Wyatt. Miss Wyatt. Miss Wyatt.
You wonder if she's gone, Philip. If she learned the truth and slipped away from the house. And then you see a crack of light beneath the study door.
Miss Wyatt, what are you doing?
Isn't it fairly obvious? I'm going through your Chicago files again.
No, your attitude's pretty hard to understand, Miss Wyatt. I think it's time we talk this over. Sit down.
No, I prefer that we stand for this.
Oh, God.
Stay where you are. I wasn't sure about you until just now, Crane, when I went through your files. If I had been, I'd have killed you the first night you were here.
What?
Do you think it was fun fixing your ankle, cooking your meal?
Now, wait a minute.
You've heard of imposters, haven't you, Crane?
All right, I'm an imposter, but... Look, I can make things easy for you.
You can't give me back Joe Baldwin, Crane.
Joe Baldwin?
My name isn't Wyatt, Crane. It's Baldwin. Edna Baldwin. I wasn't only Joe Baldwin's girl, Crane. I was his wife.
Joe Baldwin?
Now tell me the name means nothing to you. Tell me that, Crane. You don't remember how you framed him, do you?
Wait a minute. This is all a mistake.
It's no mistake, Crane. I found out everything 5 minutes ago.
Look, I'd never heard of Baldwin. You gotta listen to me. You're all wrong. I'm not the man you
You're
want.
Hudson Willard Crane, and you framed Joe Baldwin into the electric chair.
Will you wait a minute?
You double-crossed Joe and me, too, out of enough money to buy into gambling places in Chicago
Now
and
listen
Nevada.
to me.
And now you live like a king. Well, that's all over for you now, Crane. The law couldn't get you. But I will.
You don't understand. I'm not Crane at all. My name's
Don't
Adam.
come any closer.
Come on, give me that gun.
No.
Look, I'm not Crane, don't you see? You must believe me. Give me that
No,
gun.
you'd try anything, wouldn't you? But you can't get away with it with me.
Miss Wyatt.
You watch as she falls to the floor. A small girl now, small and white. You don't have to feel her pulse to know that she's dead. Numbly, you sink down in the chair, sure that this is the end. A murdered girl in the house. You wanted by the police already. An ankle that won't allow you to walk 2 blocks. It's all over now, isn't it, Philip? The grand plans for escape into Mexico. Everything's done. You'll be caught, and it'll be the gas chamber. As the phone's insistent ringing brings you back to your surroundings, you reach over and touch the cradle, hoping to stop the irritation of the sound. And then slowly it comes to you.
Hello?
A half-familiar voice on the other end of
Hello?
the wire.
Hello?
Hello.
Say, is everything all right there? Can you hear me? This is Crane. I'm in San Francisco.
Mr. Crane. Oh, you're in San Francisco.
Of course. You asked me to phone. All right, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
You sure everything's all right there?
Oh, everything's fine, sir.
You didn't tell anybody I was coming in?
No, I didn't, sir.
Good. I'll have a bite of dinner, and then I'll start...
Begging your pardon, sir, but could you hurry?
I thought you said everything was all right.
It's something I can't discuss on the telephone, not right now, sir. But your new secretary, Miss Wyatt, I caught her looking through your personal files.
What? I'll pick up my car and be there in 2 hours.
Very good, sir, and drive carefully, sir.
Yes, you must get Crane to hurry, Philip, because the car he's driving up from San Francisco is your way out. It all came to you when you heard his voice on the telephone. And there'll be no murder charge against you. It'll be against Crane, the one man who had reason to kill this girl. Methodically, you hobble about the room, setting the murder trap. The first thing, wipe the gun free of your prints. Straighten the rug. Turn a single lamp on in the study. Her body's behind the desk. It'll take him a while to see it. But while he's inside, you'll be in his car driving southward, and you'll stop just once to make an anonymous phone call to the police. You smile to yourself as you step outside in the gathering dusk and take your station well hidden behind the porch, waiting for Crane. The 2 hours seem like years, but at last a black limousine pulls up in the driveway, and a tall, broad-shouldered man gets out. You watch him go up on the porch and push open the door.
Hello? Hello? Anybody home?
And your heart's in your mouth as you see him stoop and pick up the gun that you left lying in the hall. Quietly, you creep toward the car, and then a thought strikes you. Maybe he didn't leave the keys. You've got to have those keys. You're shaking as you come to the car and look through the open window and run your hand quickly along the dashboard. And then...
they're here. I'm in luck. The keys are here.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a tip for you drivers. Since cooler weather is here to stay, the kind of oil that you use in your motor is more important than ever. The reason? On short trips around town, your motor seldom gets warm enough to drive off the moisture that condenses in the crankcase. As a result, harmful gums may form, which can damage costly motor parts. That's why Signal brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, an improved type lubricant which contains special scientific compounds. Inside your motor, these compounds go to work to do jobs which a regular oil alone cannot do. One compound, for instance, stands ready to dissolve any harmful gums that might form. Another compound washes out carbon. And still other compounds help in other ways to keep performance up and wear down. That's why Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil is your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. So next time you change oil, make it a change for the better at your nearest Signal service station. It'll take your Signal dealer only a few moments to drain out tired old oil and refill with the improved type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
It's been a nightmare, hasn't it, Philip? Your flight, the moments of panic before your escape over the wall to the protection of Crane's darkened house, the worry and constant fear of discovery, of not being able to flee because of your swollen ankle. But it's all behind you now. Crane did exactly what you planned. He picked up the murder gun where you left it in the hallway, the gun you used to kill Hilda Wyatt. He's certain to be excused, And you'll see to it that with your phone call to the police. And the confusion of a murder will give you still more time to cross the border into Mexico with your $200,000. You smile to yourself as you open the door and start to slip behind the wheel.
Borrowing this car, Mr. Crane? Where did you come from? I've been sitting in this back seat all the time. Look, it's a mistake. I'm not Crane. Oh, that's so? I saw you sneaking out of the house. I just came by to see Mr. Crane on business. And he wasn't home, huh? That's right. You looking for Mr. Crane? Grand larceny, embezzlement, and a dozen other things. Just had a wire from the Chicago police to pick him up. Police? Yeah. Oh, I'm Reynolds, San Francisco headquarters. But Lieutenant Jeffrey's the head man. You know, he might want to talk to you. Oh, look, I don't want to get mixed up in anything. Oh, if you're on the level, you won't get mixed up. I'm in an awful hurry. I can't wait for your Lieutenant Jeffries to show up. Don't have to. He's inside now. He's... Sure. That was Jeffries that went in the house just a minute ago. You mean that wasn't Crane? I thought you said you knew Crane. Oh, well... You know, I think we'll both go inside. Lieutenant Jeffries might want to ask you some questions.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Joseph Kearns and Eve McVeigh. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed tonight by Sterling Tracy, with story by Robert Eisenbach and Jackson Gillis and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum for another gamble of ghoulish goings-on. Come in. We're celebrating an anniversary here tonight. Our pet vampires, Oscar and Bertha, have been dead just 100 years. They're such a devoted couple. With them, it was love at first sight. In all their years of unholy wedlock, they've argued only once, over the training of their backwoods son, Abner. Oscar blames the little vampire's shyness on Bertha. She kept insisting that Abner was much too young to be taught the facts of death. Say, you should see the new home that Oscar just dug for his family, complete with hot and cold running victims. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Fearful Voyage, was written by Ed Adamson and Robert Sloan, and stars Arnold Moss in the role of Steve, with Elspeth Eric as Rita. All right, folks. Set for another saga in the sanguinaries. Well, make yourself comfortable. Sit right next to me. Here, in this coffin. And don't worry about the price of the seat. There's no cover charge. Now let's get to the story as it's told to us by Steve Chapman. Flashes of lightning rip through the black sky and angry silver streaks. The snarling wind whips the sea into a jagged, tossing mountain range of gray water. The fishing boat ponders on the reef. its wooden sides crying out against the punishment of the lashing waves. And there on the deck of the dying ship, the lone fisherman faces the relentless fury of the elements.
It doesn't have to be this way. She can save me, but she won't. She just stands on that rock up there and looks down at me and laughs. She just stands and then laughs at me because she wants me to be as dead as she is. Oh, if I could only go back. It was only 2 days ago. Just 2 days ago. If I could only go back to where I was 2 days ago. The tuna were running, and we were getting the boat ready to go out for the catch. I had 2 men on my crew, both good fishermen. Carlos was weaned on tackle, and he could smell out a school of fish 100 miles away. My other hand, Johnny Martin, could handle a line with the best.
The engine's in good shape, Steve.
All right, Johnny. Carlos, how about the supplies?
All stored below, Steve. This time I bring extra bottle of wine. Import stuff.
Yeah, take me a girlfriend's cellar.
No, Johnny. This real import stuff. Come from Lisbon. Because the $8 is much finer.
Yeah.
I saw you live.
Okay, Carlos. Hey, look. Why don't you two go over to the cove for a drink? We won't be getting underway for an hour.
Oh, but Steve, we are ready now.
Rita's coming down.
Oh.
We're going up the coast to Goldwater before we head out to the bank. Steve, we'll lose 6 or 7 hours. Oh, we'll make it up, Johnny. I'm dropping Rita off at Goldwater. She's going to stay with her sister while we're out.
No, Steve, you not do that.
What are you talking about?
A woman on board is bad luck.
Yeah, but Rita's my wife.
Make no difference. It's bad thing, Steve, to bring a woman on fishing boat. This I know. It bring much bad luck.
Listen to him, will you, Johnny? Yeah, for no fishing purpose.
Please, Steve, you hear what I say. Please. It's true.
Sure. Like breaking a mirror. 7 years.
Oh, you make fun, but it is true, I say.
Come on, Carlos, forget it. Let's get that drink now, huh?
No drink, Johnny, yet. Steve.
Yeah?
You will bring wife on boat?
Sure I will. You don't think I'd fall for that hokum, do you?
You bring wife? Then Carlos does not go.
Now, wait a minute.
Carlos does not go. It will be bad trip. He does not go if you bring woman on this boat.
Carlos wasn't kidding. And Carlos was too good a hand to lose. I quieted him down, and he and Johnny went over to the cove. I was down in the cabin when Rita came on board. She stood in the doorway holding a suitcase. Every time I looked at Rita, it was like I was seeing her for the first time. She was always new and more beautiful than ever. Young. Alive. That's why I tried so hard to hold on to her.
What are you looking at?
Just you, Rita.
Something wrong with me?
Wrong? You're about perfect.
Well, I'm just going to take my bag.
Rita.
Yeah?
You can't come on the boat to Goldwater.
Why not?
Carlos,
what's he got to do with it?
he won't sail with me if you come aboard. He says it's bad luck to have a woman aboard. Now, I know it sounds foolish.
Okay, that's the way it is.
Rita, it isn't that I don't want you.
All right, I said it's okay.
Rita.
What?
You go to your sister in Goldwater like you promised?
Sure.
You promised?
Oh, will you stop it? Will you let me alone with that promising business?
Well, Rita, Tony, because I love you so much. I just want to get you out of this town while I'm away. I know you're young. I know it's no fun waiting weeks while I'm away. I don't blame you for going to those dances.
You don't blame me. That's nice. You're real nice. What do you expect me to do? Sit home and knit?
But it's just that I don't want you to meet someone else who might
Look,
take you away.
Steve. About time I told you something. I did meet someone.
I know, Rita.
Huh?
That's why I asked you to go to your sister's.
Don't do any good. I wasn't going to stay in Goldwater anyway. I won't be around when you get back, Steve.
Oh, Rita, please.
Now don't. Let go.
Rita, you gotta wait for me.
You're knocking me all out. Now let go.
No, until you
Get
promise
your hands
me.
off of me. I said I can't stand it when you touch me.
Oh, Rita.
Steady, hands off of me. Look at the way they smell of fish. Pouring nose,
grabby. Makes my stomach turn.
All right. I promise you I'll give up fishing. This will be my last trip. I promise. Only you gotta wait.
Wait! I wouldn't wait another 2 minutes. I always hated you. And the first time you put those hands of yours on me, I only married you because I needed somebody to take care of me.
Oh, no, don't.
What do you think I married you for? Because you're young and handsome?
Oh,
young and handsome. Oh, that's a laugh. You ever take a look at yourself in the mirror? A good look?
I had to make her stop talking that way. So I hit her. She staggered back across the cabin up against the beam. Then she slumped to the floor. I stood over her. A ribbon of blood flowed out of her blonde hair, moved toward my feet. I touched her and I spoke to her. But she was motionless and silent. And dead. Rita was dead. I killed her. But I didn't mean to. I loved her, but what could I tell them? They wouldn't believe me. I knelt there looking down on her. And then I heard the whistling. Carlos and Johnny were coming back. I lifted Rita in my arms and carried her across the cabin to the chest. I put her in there. Slammed close the lid of the chest just as Carlos and Johnny come down the stairs to the cabin.
Oh, Steve, way to get here?
Yeah, Johnny.
You does not come with us, Steve?
No, Carlos.
It's better that way.
Maybe it is.
Hey, Steve.
Huh?
That's Phil's suitcase over there. That's Rita's, isn't it? She forgot it, maybe. I'll bring it to her right now.
Oh, no.
What you got?
We're shoving off right now.
What, the bag of Rita?
Well, she brought some stuff down for me, some things I forgot. Get the motor started, Johnny.
Okay, Skipper.
Well, Carlos, what are you standing there for? You heard me. We're shoving off.
I hear you, Steve. I hear you.
I didn't leave my cabin. I didn't sleep. I just sat there for hours, my eyes fixed on that chest. I wanted to open it and look at her again, but I couldn't. I just sat there. We were only out 10 hours when things began to happen.
The radio's shot, Steve.
Oh, fix it, Johnny.
I can't. The power supply's burned out. Funny thing about that, I just put a new condenser in day before yesterday, a brand new one. Funny, for no reason, it should burn out.
There's never a superstitious man, but peculiar things like that. And that was only the first. What do you want, Carlos?
Let me in, please. Steve, this gun. Johnny said I should show it to you.
Why?
Well, look at it. We are headed north. Well, the needle points this way.
Oh, no.
There, you see?
Give me that cup.
Sure. Steve, what are you doing?
Go.
Steve, you brake compass. Why?
Get out of here.
What you can't...
Go on, News. I tell you, get out. Go on, get out. I never was a superstitious man, but peculiar things like that. Carlos was right. But there was something Carlos didn't know. A woman can curse her ship even after she's dead. Rita's body was in that chest. And that's just where that compass needle pointed. Right straight to Rita. Superstition become a fact. A real living thing. I had to get Rita's body off that boat before something really bad struck us. I put the body into my sea bag and carried it up on deck. It was a bright moonlit night, clear, except for one dark cloud that hung just above our mast.
Hello, Steve.
Carlos.
Oh, you go on deck, Steve. I'm glad. You feel better, eh?
Thought you were in your bunk.
No, I didn't. That's feedback.
What about it?
What you doing?
Well, why? Is it any of your business?
Why, you only ask, Steve.
Well, got some of my old clothes in it. Yeah, some old clothes. I was going to dump them overboard.
You let me see what you have in your bag, Steve.
Well, I told you I only got...
But you all the time give me old clothes. Some very good. This coat I wear. I take before you throw it away, you remember?
Nothing in here you can use.
Well, how do you know? You don't let me see.
I told you there's nothing in here for you. Nothing that's any good. Now, you get out of here.
Look.
What's the matter?
Look on the deck. It comes from that bag. Blood. Steve. It's dripping from the back, you hold.
I made some kind of an excuse. I told Carlos I cut my shoulder, and then I threw the bloody shirt into the sea bag. After Carlos went up to the deck house where Johnny was at the wheel, I threw the bag over the side. I went below to my cabin. I almost felt good again. All my worries, all my fears went over the side with that bag. Now the curse was lifted. Now everything will be all right. I thought, but it didn't turn out that way. I heard the ship's motor die out. Boat came to a stop. I hurried across the cabin, opened the door, went upstairs to the deck.
See?
The motor stopped.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
I cut it off.
You cut? Well, why?
There's someone in the water.
What?
Off the port side. Carlos is going out in the lifeboat to get her.
Her?
Yes, Steve, it's a woman.
Forget Carlos. Call him back. But see what I tell you, get him back. And you start that motor.
Steve, you can't do a thing like that.
Said we're getting out of here.
It isn't right. You can't let that woman drown. We can't let her die.
She's dead. She's dead.
No, Steve, she isn't. Come on over to the side. You can see her swimming out there in the water.
It's only the moonlight. It's just the way things look in the moonlight. Plays tricks on your eyes, Johnny.
Steve, I saw her. She's alive.
It was Rita. I knew it was Rita out there. I knew she was dead. Johnny left me and crossed to the port side of the boat. I looked up. The same black cloud was over the mast. And then I heard it. I wanted to believe it was the wind, just the wind, but it wasn't. I knew it was Rita. It was her voice. I clapped my hands to my ears to shut out the terrible sound of it, but it struck through my fingers like a knife and stabbed into my brain. And then I blacked out. Oh, here, Steve. You drink this one. Carlos. You fall downstairs. You get sick, eh, Steve? Yeah, Carlos, I get sick, I guess. We have woman. She's here. Woman? Oh, yeah. Now, I remember. Carlos, you brought her on board? Yeah. You know what that means, Carlos. You told me yourself it's bad.
I know, but this we cannot do. We cannot let the woman drown in the sea.
Yeah, but she couldn't drown. She was dead already. I tell you, she was dead. I know I do.
You all look dead to you.
Carlos.
Well, do I?
I go up to deck house with Johnny.
No, Carlos, don't leave me here with her.
You talk to her.
No, Carlos, come back.
You're afraid of something, Steve. Is it me?
You're dead.
Now, why do you keep saying that?
Well, because I know you're dead.
I would have been, but Carlos and Johnny saved me.
Well, you don't look the same, but that's a trick to fool them. I know who you are.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, and I know why you come back, Rita.
My name isn't Rita. It's Edith. Edith Lawson. I told the whole story to Johnny and Carlos. My plane crashed into the ocean. That's simple. They believed it.
Because they don't know. You can trick them.
Steve, you're sick.
I know why you come back from the dead. You want to see me destroyed. You can't fool me because I know who you really are.
You seem so sure of that.
Sure, it's that dress you're wearing. I remember it, Rita. I gave you that dress for your birthday. I had to get her off the boat again some way. Johnny, that fool Johnny, pulled her arrest in his bunk. If I could only made him understand somehow. I went up on deck. The superstition was being fulfilled right in front of my eyes. The black cloud above the mast spread itself out into a giant blanket, snuffing out the light of the moon, and it stars. Cold wind came moaning out of nowhere. I tried to do something before it was too late. I went forward to the deck house where Carlos was at the wheel. Carlos, yeah, he would understand.
Carlos understands, Steve. What would you like to say?
That woman, Carlos, she's cursing this boat. Look how it's blowing up.
Yeah, yes. Big storm.
But she's doing it. It's because she's on this boat. We'll all be killed.
We can do, Steve.
Yes, there is. We can get rid of her. See? Don't you see? We gotta. If we're gonna come out of this storm alive, we gotta get rid of her.
Oh, not a thing like that.
Carlos, listen to me. I'm gonna tell you something. That woman, she's not who you think she is. She's my wife, Rita.
No.
Yes, she is. Rita, come on board before we left port. I lied to you. She didn't go back on shore. I killed her. It's a trick. The dead who return can play tricks. But there's one sure thing I know about. That dress she's wearing, I gave it to her as a birthday present.
Dave, I gave the woman that dress.
What?
She was wet. I look in your closet and cabin for something for her to wear. I find the dress in Rita's suitcase.
What?
In the suitcase, you say, Rita, bring your things, Steve.
Well, then...
I knew when I see the blood fall on deck from that sea bag.
But you never said anything.
She was a bad woman, Steve.
No good. But she's come back, Carlos.
No, Steve. Rita's dead.
She's come back, I tell you. She's down below in Johnny's bunk. She's bringing this storm on. She's going to have us all killed. I know what we'll do, Carlos.
No, Steve.
You want to die?
This bad thing to kill.
I have it all planned. You throw a blanket over her so Johnny won't hear us scream.
Steve, please, I cannot do this.
I have a piece of lead pipe in the cabin. I'll take care of the rest with that.
No, Steve. I will not help you. No matter what storm brings, I will not help you kill.
I had to do it myself. The passageway to Johnny's bunk was dark. As I got closer, I could hear her breathing. Then I threw the blanket over her. As I held the blanket down, she started to kick and struggle. Then I raised the pipe and... I picked up the lifeless body in the blanket and carried it up to the deck and over to the rail. For a while, I stood on the deck and watched the storm grow and grow. A wind whipped the heavy rain before it. The swelling waves lashed and kicked with the fight. I almost welcomed the storm because I knew we'd ride through it. She was gone. This time, forever.
You enjoying the storm?
I wheeled around. She was standing at the top of the stairs, the light from the cabin below me, several shadows on her face.
Mind if I stand here with you?
Oh, no, don't you come near me.
You're still afraid of
Stay away,
me.
stay away.
You mustn't be afraid of me, Steve.
I'm not going to die. I'm not going to be dead like you.
Why do you think I'm dead?
I can kill you again.
Again?
How can you come back again? I had it all planned perfectly. The blankets, the pipe. I knew you'd be in Johnny's bunk.
I wasn't in Johnny's bunk.
Yes, you were. I threw the blanket over you.
You killed Johnny.
What?
Carlos told Johnny wanted me to come up to the deck house, and then Johnny went back to his bunk.
It wasn't you, Johnny. I killed Johnny.
Steve, we've got trouble.
Carlos, Johnny,
Real trouble, Steve. The wheel. It will not move. It stays one way. I can do nothing with it. Stick out the reef as ahead. We are coming to it soon. We will drop in the reef. You must get Johnny quick. He can fix the wheel. Johnny is the one who can save us.
Johnny was the one who could save us, and Johnny was dead. I killed him. I went to the deck house. Carlos played the light beam on the darkness ahead. Well, I tried the wheel. It wouldn't budge. It was as if an invisible hand was holding a boat on a fixed course.
Here! Up ahead! The reef! Look out, get out of here! We're going on the raft! Hurry!
No, there was something held me in the deck house. It was what I saw at the top of one of the rocks. Rita. It was Rita. She was standing there waiting.
Dave, hurry! It will be too late!
They're looking up at Rita as the rocks come closer and closer.
You hurt back?
Yeah. Pretty bad, Carlos. Gotta get me out of here.
Quite right, Steve. I cannot move the beam.
The boat's going under. You can't let me die like this.
I'm sorry, Steve. I can do nothing. The woman, Edith Lawson. I must save her. She's hurt, too. I must get her in the lifeboat.
Oh, Carlos, don't leave me.
Goodbye, Steve. Goodbye.
Carlos, please come back. Come back and help me.
I've been waiting for you, Steve.
Rita, help me. Come down here and get me off this boat.
Oh, I couldn't do that, Steve. Don't you remember? It'll bring bad luck if a woman comes aboard a fishing boat.
She can save me, but she won't. She just stands up on that rock up there and looks down at me and laughs. This is the way she wants it. She wants me to be as dead as she is.
Reach out and touch her, send a birthday party. Reach out and touch her, send a birthday party. Reach out with FTD and the birthday party bouquet.
She'll never outgrow a birthday party. And now you can send one to her with the FTD Birthday Party Bouquet. Colorful flowers with party horns and sabers tucked in arrive like a surprise party to help her celebrate her special day. And your FTD florist can send the Birthday Party Bouquet by wire almost anywhere.
Reach out and touch her, send a birthday party. Reach out and touch her, send a birthday party. Reach out with a birthday party from the florist of FTD. Reach out with a birthday party from the florist of FTD.
Well, that about packs in Steve Chapman like a salted mackerel. Now you see what can happen when you let your wife go into a dive. Say, here's something for all you folks with troublesome spouses. Watered down theme song composed by the three ancient mariners. Hook, line, and sinker. Now, let's see. How's it go? Oh, yes. Pack up your wives in your old sea bag and drown, drown, drown. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Dark fantasy. I am your brother.
Remember above everything, you must not forget it. The first appearance of bleeding some days following operation is of the utmost significance to the surgeon. There will almost invariably be a recurrence unless measures are taken to prevent it, and it will ultimately prove fatal. The vessels most commonly affected are the lingual, the facial, and the internal maxillary arteries, unless this offending vessel can be isolated. Mr. Briggs, it behooves me to pause in the middle of this lecture to remind you of one important thing. Apparently not important to you, but extremely important to me. I have been paid as high as $1,500 an hour for lecturing on the after-treatment of surgical patients. I lecture here for the college medical class free of charge. I at least expect the courtesy of attention. I do not expect my students to tabulate their meager bank accounts while I am making every effort to instill some portion of physical knowledge into their thick-covered craniums.
I was making notes, Professor.
Apparently. Mentally, you were tabulating your money in the bank. Gentlemen, I regret that the lecture this morning will not be continued. Dismissed.
Julius, is the lecture over so soon?
Stupidity. Nothing but stupidity.
Stupidity, Julius?
Trying to teach those idiots the secrets of surgery is like trying to drill the Alzonian theory into a 2-year-old.
Sit down, Julius. You're tired.
I'm not tired. I'm simply exasperated.
What's come over you, Julius? You've suddenly become so cantankerous ever since the death of Stephen Hamblin.
Oh, I know, Carl, I know.
He was very close to you, wasn't he?
Close? I wonder if anyone knew how close. I wonder if anyone knew.
You've known him ever since he was a boy.
Yes, ever since he was a mere child.
I remember when he first came here to the university. He didn't impress me as all the others did. There was no eagerness about him to learn. He seemed to have no ambitions to learn. And yet his grades were the highest that have ever been made in the history of our institution.
Yes, just so.
It's a pity that he had to die.
Perhaps.
Julius, all of us naturally expected you to be quite shocked to hear Stephen Hamlin's passing, but you fooled us completely. Well, you didn't seem the least bit startled when we broke the news to you. No, you seemed almost glad.
Did I, Dr. Miller?
Yes, Dr. Simek.
Has the body been cremated?
Yes, this morning.
Were my directions carried out?
To the letter, Julius. The brain of Stephen Hamblin was removed. I myself mixed the solution you gave me. I submerged the brain into the solution and removed the air from the container.
Where is it now?
In my laboratory. It's a perfect specimen. The best developed human brain I've ever seen, Doctor.
Take me to it.
Now?
Yes, take me to it.
But haven't you another lecture, Julius?
Don't argue with me. Take me to your laboratory. Or must I go alone?
Why, well, of course, Julius. Of course. This way. I have the second solution at the boiling point for you. Just as you ordered, Dr. Simek.
Good, excellent.
Here, the brain.
Yes, just so. Most excellent work, Carl. Most excellent.
I'm glad you're satisfied. Do you wish to add the solution now?
It should be done, I believe. Stephen Hamlin's brain must be preserved. This is one sure way of doing it.
I must admit I don't know what your method is. Certainly I've never heard of it before. I wouldn't think a solution like that would preserve anything.
It is a preservance no one has ever known of before.
Are you ready, Doctor?
Yes, quite ready.
Yeah. You can insert this glass funnel through the rubber stopper on the container. I'll do it, Doctor. There. Now.
You may extinguish the Bunsen burner, Dr. Miller. You want the second solution just below the boiling point.
Yes, very well. Is there anything I can do for you now?
No, nothing. Stand back now. About to add the hot solution to the other. There. Perfect. Yes, perfect.
Is it necessary to remove the air from the chamber again?
No, not now. Not now.
I'll replace the punctured rubber stopper with a new one.
Yes, do that, Dr. Miller.
Just a moment. Dr. Simek.
Yes, Dr. Miller?
This brain. Look at it.
I have looked at it, Carl.
Julius, that brain. It's alive.
Does that amaze you?
Julius.
It's a beautiful specimen, isn't it?
Alive. It is actually alive.
Oh, yes, indeed. It always has been.
Julius, I'm an old man. I don't much relish your tricks.
This is no trick, Kyle. I assure you. Why, that brain is displaying the normal reaction you've often witnessed in viewing a human brain by means of X-ray.
Yes, but this brain has no cranium. And the body. No body attached to it.
Yet it lives, Carl. It lives. Only Stephen Hamblin's brain could do that. Live after his death.
Oh, it's a trick. The solution. It must be the solution.
No, Carl.
It is not the solution that causes the brain to live. I admit it could not live without the solution. Mere pickling would have destroyed it. But the solution will preserve the life, Carl. The life that has never left it.
Impossible. Utterly fantastic.
No, my dear Dr. Miller, not at all. Not at all fantastic, nor impossible.
But the brain cannot live outside the body.
The human brain, no. But Stephen Hamblin's brain can.
But, Doctor, Stephen was human.
Was he?
Wasn't he?
No one knew Stephen Hamblin as well as I did, Carl. No one. Not even his parents. Oh, they knew he was different, yes. They knew he wasn't just an ordinary person. But they had no idea how truly extraordinary he actually was.
I can't believe a human brain existing after the body has been cremated.
Perhaps, my good friend, if I were to tell you his story, you would see the reason why such a thing could happen.
Yes, perhaps.
Sit down, Carl, sit down. Look deeply into the mystery you see there before you. The living brain of dead and cremated Stephen Hamblin. It was a most extraordinary brain, Carl. Yes, most. To know the mystery behind it was to know Stephen Hamblin. I remember the first time I met him. A little place in Kansas, a small town called Emporia. Stephen was born there 37 years ago. I was 10 years old when I met him. He was 9. And yet he was crawling about from place to place on all fours, like a mere infant. He'd been examined by the best doctors in America, taken to New York, to the West Coast, everywhere for observation. And each examination brought the same verdict. Perfectly capable of walking, but apparently unable to do so. Probably because of some mental handicap. A good enough excuse. A good enough diagnosis. For the stupid. It may have been a mental handicap, yes. But if it's so, it was of Stephen Hamblin's own making. He had never spoken a word, uttered a single guttural sound in all those 9 years. He'd never smiled, never frowned, never cried. 9 long years crawling on hands and knees, never uttering a sound. And yet, his vocal cords were pronounced perfectly normal, completely developed. And yet he had never spoken. Never. That first day I met him, I was put in charge of him while our elders attended a ball game. It was the first day I really knew Stephen Hamblin. It was the first day anyone ever knew him. When we had been left alone, I went off to a corner of the room by myself. I turned my back to that crawling bulk of a lout there on the floor and chose a book to help while away the time until my uncle should return for me. And suddenly, after a brief passage of time, suddenly there was a hand upon my shoulder. I probably should have been startled. I knew Stephen and I were alone in the house. But I wasn't startled. Instead, I turned my head and looked slowly around behind me. Looked up into the wide, innocent, staring eyes of Stephen Hamblin. He was standing there beside my chair, gazing down on me. Yes, down, yes, standing. Stephen Hamblin was standing. For a full minute our gazes met, confused. I was too startled, too amazed, too puzzled to speak. But after that long, burning minute, He spoke.
You don't like me, do you, Julius?
I was too bewildered to answer. Stephen Hamblin had not only completely astonished me by standing, walking, but he had actually spoken to me. And I knew he had never spoken a single word to a single living soul before in all his 9 years upon this earth. Yes, his walking, his talking completely mystified me. And yet there was something else. Something else. Yes, something besides mere walking. Something apart. Something far superior to mere talking. And then when he spoke again, I knew what it was.
I said, Julius, you don't like me, do you?
He talked with the voice of an adult. I was more speechless now than I'd ever been before. Stephen Hamblin, not only completely overwhelming me by a sudden and unheralded display of an ability to walk, but also causing my hair to stand on end by actually addressing me in perfect mannish English with the voice of an adult. After what seemed a compilation of eon upon eon, I found my voice. I have never had occasion to like you, I said.
Nor,
he said,
have you ever had an occasion to dislike me?
I admitted that was true. And then I said, why is it you never walked until now? Never talked? To which he replied,
I had no occasion to walk because there was no place interesting to which my walking could take me. And as for talking, so far I've never found anything interesting to talk about, or anyone of enough interest to talk to.
How long, I asked, have you been able to do both?
I have had the ability to walk and to talk,
he said,
ever since the day I was born.
After a while, we became acquainted. Long before the elders had returned joyously from watching their favorite ball club whitewash the visiting team, Stephen Hamblin and I were bosom pals. It was a friendship that was to exist until death did us part. After that, Stephen Hamblin stood upright on both legs, spoke like any other human. Did I say human? Forgive me. The only difference was that his was a fully developed mind, a fully developed voice, but a highly underdeveloped anatomy. I remember one day when Stephen and I were playing together on the school ground. I remember I was practicing high jumping at the time. Stephen was watching me. And all of a sudden, he jumped to his feet from where he had been sitting and stood staring wide-eyed. Then quickly he raised both hands before his face as though to shut out an evil, horrible sight. Suddenly there was a noise in the air. The noise of wheels upon rails of steel, spinning, speeding, racing wheels. Clickety-clack, 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 screaming as they went. And at that very instant, Stephen covered his eyes with his hands as though to blot out some unspeakable terror. A terrible, terrifying, resounding crash. As though a million planetoids had collided in the stratosphere and come crashing down around us like pellets of falling hailstones. When I looked at Stephen, he had slumped to the ground. I rushed to him. My heart leaped within me. I raised Stephen into my arms as I threw myself down beside him. When he opened his eyes, he asked, quietly,
Was anyone saved? Anyone?
Saved? I frowned. Tell me, Stephen, what in the name of heaven happened? He was quiet for a moment. Then he pulled himself away from me. arose to his feet. He looked about him momentarily, on all sides. And then he spoke. Still softly.
There's been a terrible accident. A train has just left the rails and plunged headlong into a 100-foot gorge.
The next day, our newspaper headlines screamed the details of the most destructive and death-dealing train accident ever to happen in the city of Paris. Yes, in France. It had happened at the very moment Stephen had covered his face in terror, and we had heard that pounding, awesome crash. It was not until several years later, when we both entered Oxford College, that I saw Stephen Hamlin again. At first, he had avoided me, tried to pretend he didn't know me. But when I finally managed to get in a word with him and remind him of our first meeting, he told me he was glad to see me again. But he was extremely cold, almost insultingly reserved. And the very few times I saw him after that first day for the next year was between classes. He never partook in student activities. He never strolled the campus or climbed the cliffs or swam in the lake or enjoyed soccer or cricket with the rest of us. He was never seen with the rest of us. There were constant whispers about him and his strange, weird actions. Many whispers, most of them ugly and vicious and vile. It was 4 long years before I talked to Stephen Hamlin again. 4 years at Oxford. I heard those whispers about him all that time. I heard professors say he was the most amazing student of all times. Perfect grades in all subjects, a born doctor, a truly great scientist, a prospect for the world's greatest surgeon. And then, Stephen and I suddenly found ourselves to be classmates. Even then, I had difficulty in finding an opportunity to make speech with him. But after much effort, having exerted a great amount of patience, I finally cornered him. Oh, now, look here, Hamlin, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Dr. Simek?
Oh, please call me Julius, Stephen.
I think I want to talk to you, Julius.
Good, excellent, my dear fellow. Where shall we go?
My room should be as good a place as any. Suppose we go there.
All right, Stephen, that's perfectly right with me. So we went to his room. There were no books there, none. But there were a few sheets of composition paper and pen and ink. I picked up several of the closely written sheets. It was the most profound and complete and exquisitely worded treatise in diseases of the human brain I had ever read in all my life. I remarked to Stephen that it was odd that he could pen such a masterpiece and yet had no books whatsoever for reference. He didn't smile when he answered. He simply said,
I don't use books, Julius, because I don't need books. What I write, what I recite in my classes, comes not from anything I have ever read, not from anything I have ever been taught or have studied, but from somewhere deep within.
You mean you're fully aware of all these facts without having studied or read or heard about them?
Yes. You see, there is nothing I don't know. To me, the theories of the scientists and the theologians and the professors and the doctors are merely nothing more than the alphabet is to you. I have no interest in them whatsoever, save that they are convenient at times to know. And most of those profound theories, profound to you, understand, most of them are so terribly false, so astonishingly wrong and untrue and unsound, that they fail to interest me in the least.
Yes? Stephen Hamlin was the fount of all the world's most intellectual knowledge. Everything that all mankind had ever known, the secrets of science, of medicine, of astronomy, of surgery, and numbers and mechanics, and all the millions and millions of other subject matters, were all embedded there. There, deep in that superhuman, unbelievable brain of his. After our graduation from Oxford, after we came here to medical college to study surgery, Stephen and I grew closer and closer together. Never did he open a textbook. Never did he study or concentrate upon the lectures of Europe's most eminent and distinguished scholarly instructors. And yet, his grades, his papers, his recitations were perfect in every degree. And then one day, Stephen Hamlin told me his secret. Poured forth his very soul at my feet and threw himself at my mercy.
You think I'm odd. You call me different. You despised me the first day you met me because I didn't walk, didn't talk, despite my apparent ability to do so. Men everywhere have always shunned me. All my life I've been whispered about behind my back. All my life I've been lonely. My heart has been heavy with loneliness that no human words, no, not even those words I can summon may ever describe. I'm different, yes. To me, complete universal knowledge has always been more an instinct than an acquirement. All my days I have had nothing to acquire, nothing for which to exist, nothing save one thing. Ever since the day I was born, I have been looking for my brother.
Your brother, Stephen? I thought you were the only child.
I am. I don't mean my worldly flesh and blood brother. No, I mean something far greater than that, Julius. I've spent my life searching for my spiritual brother, as it were, and yet not altogether spiritual, no. You see, Julius, I am not of this race. It startles you, doesn't it? But it's nonetheless true. I was born 10,000 years too soon. Yes, at least 10,000 years. Something went wrong in the plan of things, some mix-up in regeneration, some grave calamity in the routine of creation. For my kind, my race, it's not to be born into this world until thousands upon thousands of years hence. How I came to be, I have no answer, but I am, and so I shall be, till my span is ebbed. I have the complete knowledge of your universe because, according to the plan of things to come, all that is knowledge here with you now will be merely common inborn knowledge for the race in the future that is to be mine. That's why I need no books. That's why I'm different. Because the things you know are as mere nothingness to me. And because the things I know are 10,000 years beyond your understanding. I've brought you here, Dr. Julius Simek, to announce to you the end of your civilization. I found the means of destroying it at one fell swoop. The sooner to bring about the appearance of my race, the better for the world. I've sought the world over for my brother, the one like me, one of my race, but now I'm certain there is none. That I am alone. I can foretell everything. I know everything that is to come, all save one thing. I do not know my destiny, my own individual end. I do not have the power to foresee that, or to foresee who will bring it about.
And then he outlined to me the most devastating, the most terrible, the most death-rendering plan of all history for the dispellation of the present race from the face of the earth. Bitterly he outlined it, poison dripping viciously from his every word. It was so simply done, so quickly, so painlessly, that its very program rendered unto me a nausea that I found almost impossible to overcome. I argued with him, pleaded, begged, I reasoned, bullied, threatened. All to no avail. He had made his plans. He was determined that they should be carried out. If he were to be destroyed too, he did not know. He could not foresee his destruction, nor his destroyer. His destroyer. No. He didn't know what his own end upon earth was to be. He could foresee all future things, save his own destruction, save his own destroyer. His destroyer. Someone had to destroy him. Someone had to. Someone. He was still babbling about that wicked, wretched plan of his, outlining it like a madman. I looked about me, cautiously at first. Then, desperately, when I realized he had forgotten my existence, I groped for a solution to this terrible, impending calamity. And just then, Stephen opened a desk drawer, withdrew a small compass. I caught a glimpse of a small gun in that drawer. I could see, even at that distance, that the gun was loaded. He was still talking about his plan, still bewailing the fact that he alone on this earth had the power possessed within him, still decrying the fact that he had searched the world over for his brother. Not his flesh and blood brother, but a brother of his kind, his race. He knew that were there another soul of his kind alive on earth, that soul could foretell the end, the destruction of Stephen Hamlin. Suddenly he arose from his chair. He ordered me to come with him. He was about to work his havoc upon an unsuspecting world. And then desperately I acted. Quickly I yanked open the drawer of his study desk, took out the gun. I leveled it at his head. He stood terrified a moment. And then there was a pleading in his eyes. A pleading. Not for his life, but a pleading to spare him the damage a ripping bullet would do to his masterly brain. And in that instant, in that final desperate second before he lunged at me in an effort to save his life, there was recognition. The flash of an age-old suspicion at last fulfilled. And as I lowered my gun to a level with his heart, I knew that the pain within my heart at that moment would never be removed. Like lightning, he made for me, speeding across the room, charging at me. I tried to stop him, tried to warn him, shouted at him. Keep back! No! Keep back, Stephen! Keep back! He fell at my feet, kneeling, almost in supplication. He had not foreseen his end. He did not know. He could not know. For I was his brother.
Tonight's original tale of dark fantasy, I Am Your Brother, written and directed by Scott Bishop and originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard as Dr. Julius Semek, Blois Wright was Stephen Hamblin, and Muir Hyde played Dr. Carl Miller. Next Friday at this same time, the 30th original dark fantasy adventure, The Sleeping Death, created for you by Scott Bishop. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Leon Janney and Marilyn Erskine, in The Big Brain.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Big Brain. My story begins in one of the manufacturing plants of the Worldwide Business Machines Corporation. In one wing of the plant is housed the huge laboratories of the company, where newly designed and experimental calculating machines are built and tested. It is evening, and the vast laboratory with its long rows of intricate-looking machines is deserted, except for a young university professor, Lester DeWitt. Tall, lanky, and in his early 30s, DeWitt stands before a massive machine that dwarfs all others in the laboratory. Swiftly, efficiently, he presses tabulating keys on the control board, oblivious of all else. 3.521 to the 8th digit. 74.3 to the third digit. 74.56 to the fourth digit.
Is that you, Professor Dewey?
Oh, yes, Pop, I'm at the big brain. 6.527 to the fourth digit.
Now, you brought your visitor, Professor.
Visitor? Julia.
Well, I'm glad to see that you at least remember my name.
Of course, Professor, I'm not supposed to allow anyone in here but our engineers and university people like yourself. But I figured seeing you and hers engaged.
Thanks, Pop.
That's all right. Joy seeing young people get together.
Oh, Julia, I'm terribly sorry. I forgot completely. Were you waiting long?
Only a half hour. By then I realized I'd been stood up.
Oh, well, honestly, Julia, I had no idea it was so late. I decided to run a test at 5:30 and then be finished by 6:30 at the latest. And
If you could only see your face.
So, and you aren't angry with me?
No, I'm not angry. I'll just have to accept you for what you are, an absent-minded professor. Well, so this is my arrival. I've never seen such a huge machine.
It weighs over 50 tons.
50 tons?
That's right. The staff here at the plant calls it the big brain.
It's the only one of its kind in the world, Julia.
Lester, those thousands of keys, levers, do you know what each one of them is for?
Why, yes, of course. Oh, look at it. Do you realize that the big brain can calculate elliptical integrals?
Is that good?
Good. Why, human mind has never been able to solve elliptical integrals. There have been no methods of solution, but this machine can.
Oh.
The big brain, Julia, can solve in a few seconds a problem that would take a scientist a lifetime to work out.
There's one thing your big brain can do, Professor.
No? What's that?
It can take this racing sheet and dope out the winners of tomorrow's races.
Oh. Still playing the horses, eh, Pop?
Yep. Not doing so good either. Well, I gotta make me round. Nice talking to you, young folks.
Good night, Mr. Collins.
Good night, Pop.
Good night.
Oh, I really should be jealous of that machine, Les. A certain light appears in your eyes when you speak of it. Sometimes I think that you care more for that.
But you really don't believe that.
No, not really.
Hey, look, Pop left his racing paper behind.
What are you looking through it for?
Oh, I've never read a racing sheet before. It's interesting. Very interesting. You know, this racing sheet is a treasury of facts. Why, in each race alone, there are over 1,000 facts to be taken into consideration. Yes.
Now, Les, you aren't going to spend the rest of the night studying that paper, are you?
I had always been inclined to think that horse racing was a matter of sheer luck. That isn't so at all. Look at all the information that's available in this paper. I can't understand why Pop thought the big brain couldn't calculate the winners of these races.
You mean you think it could?
I see no reason why it shouldn't be able to. In view of all these facts we have on past performances.
Lester, you aren't serious, are you?
Of course I am. Would you like to try it as an experiment?
An experiment?
Yes. We'll put all these facts through the machine.
Oh, this I have to see, by all means.
All right. First, it's a matter of learning what all these abbreviations and symbols stand for. Then...
Yes?
It's merely a matter of your reading the facts on past performances and my feeding it to the machine.
Going away, $9.50. Flying Ghost.
Flying Ghost.
October 5th, 1949.
October 5th, 1949.
Belmont Park, 3-year-olds and up, claiming $5,000, a mile and an eighth, 120 pounds, jockey Riker, track fast, post position fourth, start sixth, quarter fourth, half fourth, 3/4 third, mile third, stretch third, finish third, 2 lengths, driving, $5.20.
$5.20.
That does it. 8 races.
Now that you've given all the facts to the machine, what's next?
I pull this lever, and the calculator goes to work.
Good Lord. How long does it take?
Just a matter of seconds.
You really think it'll work?
Work? Of course. Unless the machine breaks down. And as you can see, it's working perfectly. Nah. The solution has been attained.
Well, where is it?
I merely have to pull this lever, and it will be printed on a sheet of paper and ejected at this point here. Watch. There.
Well, let me see it. First race winner, Yet a Deer. Place, Speeding Folly. Show, Quaker Girl. And it has the results of the other races as well.
Naturally.
And these horses are the winners?
Oh, yes, no question of that. Tomorrow night we'll buy an evening paper with the racing results, and you'll see for yourself.
Les.
Yes?
If you're so sure that these are the winners, why not make a small bet on the first race?
A small bet?
Yes. Bet $2 to win on Yet a Deer in the first race. Then if Yet a Deer wins, as you say she will, put all the winnings on the second race, then the third, fourth, fifth.
But I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, it wouldn't be ethical. I'm here from the university as a guest of this company.
Oh, now let's stop being stuffy. We've been saving for a year now to get married. If the machine is right, we can win enough money to buy all our furniture. Who knows, maybe even a house.
Oh, I'm sorry, Julia, but I'm afraid I couldn't.
Oh, why are you so stubborn? Who could it possibly harm? And think of what it would mean to us.
But yes, I know. Pardon me. Where can I make a $2 wager?
Right here, friend. What's your pleasure?
My pleasure?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'd like to bet on Yet a Deer in the first race at Hialeah.
$2?
Yes, please.
All right, here you are. Yet a Deer paid $6.20. Here you are.
Thank you. I'd now like to bet $6 to win on Morning Glory in the second race at Hialeah.
6 on the nose of Morning Glory.
That's right.
Okay, you're covered. Ah, here he is, boss.
Come in, Professor DeWitt. Come in. I'm Victor King.
Oh. How do you know who I am?
It's my business to know the names of the people who patronize my establishment. All right, Steve, that'll be all.
Okay, boss. I'll be outside. Wait.
Well, I understand, Professor, that you selected the winners of 8 straight races. And that I owe you $24,250.
Yes, that's right.
You'll find that I'm a businessman who pays off promptly. $1,000 bills be all right?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Tell me, 8 winners. What do you attribute it to?
Oh, just luck.
Luck, huh? Here you are. $24,250. What's wrong? Lose something?
My wallet. I can't seem to find it.
Oh, yes. Your wallet. I have it here. Must have dropped it a little while ago in the racing room. One of my men found it and sent it over to me. Naturally, I had to go through it to find out who the owner was.
Yes, I suppose so.
Besides $17, there are a number of things in it. Driver's license, a state university faculty card, a pass for admittance to the technical laboratory of worldwide business machines, and this sheet of paper.
Oh, yes. That.
Very interesting, Professor. Has listed a selection of win, place, and shows for today's 8 races at Hialeah. Strangely enough, every horse in this list came in exactly as selected. How'd you explain that, Professor?
I don't have to explain it. Now, if you'll be so good as to return my wallet and everything that was in it...
I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm afraid you'll have to play ball. Whether you want to or not.
What do you mean?
Sit down, Professor, and I'll tell you. Sit down, Professor.
Yes.
That's it. Now we can really get down to business.
And then, Julia, he showed me pictures that had been taken of me in the racing room. Half a dozen of them. All showing me making bets.
Oh, no.
Yes. Why, he even had a camera hidden in the wall of his penthouse office, which filmed everything I said and did up in that penthouse.
What? He was just laying a trap for you.
Yes, he certainly was.
But you didn't tell him how you'd gotten the winners at the races today?
No, but I think he suspects. He found my wallet, and in it the pass to the laboratory of worldwide business machines. And he saw the sheet with the names of the winners printed on it.
And he demands that you give him the winners of every day's races?
Yes. It's blackmail. Pure and simple. He has all the evidence he needs.
But, Lester, if you were to go to the university officials, the president of Worldwide Business Machines...
It would be the end of my academic career. You know how the university is about such things. They'd regard my use of the big brain as dishonesty. Worse.
It's all my fault. It was I who made you bet on those horses.
Oh, no, nonsense, darling. If I really hadn't wanted to, you couldn't have made me.
What are you going to do?
What can I do? I've got to supply King with the winners. If I don't, he'll expose me. Ruin my career.
What about a cigar, Professor? Drink?
No.
I'm feeling good. Really good. 3 days in a row, all the winners at Hialeah. Yes, sir, I'm feeling good. By the way, I'm putting your share of the winnings aside, Professor. It now amounts to $46,000. You can have it any time you want.
I told you before, I don't want any part of that money. My purpose in coming here was to explain to you that I can no longer go on with it.
You can't go on with it. Why not?
How can I expect you to understand the matter of ethics?
Ethics? You can't. All I'm interested in is money. Now listen to me, Professor. You're going on supplying me with winners. We're playing this out to the finish.
The finish? When will that be?
I'll let you know. Now, today is Monday. I'm figuring on flying out to Santa Anita in a few days for the big handicap on Saturday. I want you to dope out the winners as soon as possible. I'm figuring on making a real killing at the track.
I won't do it.
Now, Professor, we don't have to go over that again.
I see we do.
Okay, Professor. I'll put it on the line. Straight, no trimming. Sit down. This may take a little time.
February 15th. 47 flights. A, 22 flights. B, 10 flights. C, 9 flights. D, 6 flights. Total 47.
Oh, Lester, so here you are. I've tried to find you everywhere.
Oh, hello, Julie.
I phoned you at home and the university. Then I thought I'd come here. Did you see Victor King?
Yes. I saw him.
Well, what did he say? I mean, when you told him you were through with him.
He said that isn't the way he plays ball. It seems I have to play his way. Or else.
Oh, Lester.
Mr. King is a master of blackmail.
Well, Lester, what are these hundreds of books? What are you doing?
These are flight records of the different airlines that fly to the West Coast. These records go back 5 years.
Well, what are you doing with them?
I'm entering these records into the big brain. Trying an experiment. I don't know whether or not it'll work.
What kind of an experiment?
I'm attempting to find out if the big brain, given all available flight information, can determine the date and time of a future plane crash.
A future plane crash?
Yes.
But why?
Victor King is going to fly to California within the next few days. As yet, he hasn't decided what flight he's taking.
Well, what has that got to do... Les.
Why not? What else can I fight back with? Maybe this whole experiment is crazy, but if the big brain can determine future plane crashes, and if one is due to occur within the next 5 days, I'm going to do my best to see to it that Victor King is on that plane. Time will tell.
You must listen to me. You've got to go to the university officials and make a clean breast of things. I'm sure that they'll...
There. Solution has been attained.
Let me see it. Flight 106, Universal Airlines, 4:30 p.m. New York to Los Angeles. Crash 6:31 near Canton, Ohio, February 24th.
February 24th. That's this Friday. And King wants to be in California Saturday for the races.
Lester, this information, it can't be right, can it?
It's the law of averages, Julia. Scientists, given all the facts, can work out an approximation of accidents. The big brain has the ability to pinpoint facts, calculate them to a degree beyond the human mind, and reach a definite conclusion.
You mean there's no question about it? Flight 106 will crash February 24th.
The big brain hasn't been wrong as yet. So there's always a first time, of course.
But, Les, if there's a possibility of that plane crashing, we've got to go to the airline and warn them.
If I went to them and told them, gentlemen, I believe that Flight 106 on February 24th is going to crash, what do you think they would say? They'd have me placed under mental observation.
But, Les, if that plane crashes, killing innocent people, you'd never forgive yourself.
What's going to be, will be. I can't prevent that which is ordained to happen.
And you're going to try to see to it that Victor King is on Flight 106.
Yes. Come what may, I've got to make sure he's on that flight. Hello?
Hello, Professor. This is Victor King.
Yes, Mr. King.
It's already Wednesday afternoon. Why haven't I received the winners of Saturday's races at Santa Anita?
I'm afraid I can't have them for you until Friday afternoon, around 4.
Why not?
I've got to have last-minute scratches and other information to be able to calculate the winners.
Friday afternoon? It doesn't give me much time to get to Santa Anita.
Why don't I meet you at the airport Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock? There's a 4:30 plane to California. Flight 106. Get you there at midnight.
Flight 106, huh? Today's 4:30. That sounds all right.
Then I'll meet you at the airport at 4 o'clock.
Good. I'll be expecting you.
Don't worry, King. I'll be there. There's the gate for Flight 106 straight ahead.
Lester, I wish you wouldn't go through with it. Won't you please go to the airline? Tell them that there's a chance 106 may crash.
I told you, Julia, they'd only think I was insane. Now, be quiet. There's King standing at the gate with his bodyguard.
Hello, Professor. You're getting it rather fine, aren't you? It's already 4:25. The plane's ready to leave.
I was delayed by traffic. Here's the list of winners for tomorrow's races.
Good. Walk me to the plane. I want to talk to you.
All right.
Hey. Big race tomorrow. Citation isn't the winner?
That's right.
Oh, this is perfect. Perfect. All the big money will be on citation. Will we clean up?
All passengers, please get aboard.
Sure thing, honey. That's why I've got a little surprise for you and your girlfriend.
Surprise?
Yes, that's right. Me and Stevie are taking you with us. We're going to show you the time of your life.
Yes, sir. But we can't go. I have classes.
What are you talking about? This is Friday. We'll have you back by Monday. Now get aboard.
But we haven't any clothes.
Yes, you have. I brought along clothes for both of you. Everything's been taken care of. You two are going, and we have to carry you, boy.
No, I won't go.
Look, I'm in a great trouble to fix up this trip, and you're going. Get her on that plane, Steve.
But can't you understand?
Don't put me down. I don't want to go.
Tell him to put her down. Come back. Julia.
Okay, stewardess. They're going aboard. Tell the pilot we're all set. Let's go.
What time is it?
Julia, stop asking me the time every minute. I just told you.
What's the matter with you two? Don't you like flying? You've been sitting on the edge of your seats ever since we took off.
Yeah, you think they were going to a funeral instead of California. And the best time they ever had.
Les, I can't stand this much longer. You've got to tell them. It's our only chance.
Tell them?
Yes.
Maybe you're right. King.
What is it, Professor?
Come a little closer. I've got something to tell you.
Sure. What is it?
This plane. It's going to crash at 6:31.
Crash? What are you talking about?
You heard me. The plane is going to crash.
I like that joke, but that's not funny.
It's not a joke, can't you see that he's serious?
How do you know the plane is going to crash?
Same way I found out about the winners. The big brain.
If you aren't leveling with me, I'll... Yes, you are. You're scared, really scared. I'm getting scared, too. Why'd you let us in for this? You must have known before we got on this plane... Oh, I get it. You didn't figure on me taking you along.
Hey, boss, we got to do something.
I'll settle with you two later. Come on, Steve.
What are you going to do?
You see. Have the gun ready, Steve. I'll make the pilot set us down, but fast.
Yeah, sure.
Here's where we take over.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but passengers aren't allowed up here.
Steve.
A gun?
Yeah. Now listen, bright boy, you and your little playmate here are going to set this plane down, but fast.
What for?
Because I say so, and I don't argue. Land this plane.
The nearest airfield's 20 minutes away, and it can't...
Set it down now. This minute. Make an emergency landing.
You must be out of your mind.
Steve, count to 5. If he doesn't start putting down, give it to the co-pilot.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you're calling it. Chief, give me a reading.
Speed 240 mph. Altitude 4,500.
As we come over this mountain, there's a large field. We'll try to step down on it.
Roger.
Don't let us go, boss. We got to get down.
Yeah. Come on, put this plane down.
Just if you want to take over, just say the word. Give me a reading, please.
Speed 255 mph. Altitude 2,000 feet.
It's getting dark fast. We better circle the field a couple of times.
That cycle just land.
Chief, give it to the passengers over the PA.
Roger. We are now preparing to land. Passengers are asked to remain calm. Please fasten all safety belts.
You two guys better go back to your seats, fasten your belts. It's going to be a rough landing.
Yeah, but it's all the same to you. We'll stay right here where we can keep an eye on you.
Suit yourself. Don't mind if Pete and me strap ourselves in, do you?
Cut the cutter and land.
Give me a reading, Pete.
Speed 230 mph. Altitude 800 feet.
Flaps down.
Flaps down.
Landing gear down.
Landing gear down.
Landing lights on.
Landing lights on.
Reading.
Speed 180 miles. Altitude 500 feet. Speed 145. Altitude 200 feet. Speed 135. 125. 150. 95. Down. 80. 70. Bob, there's a drainage ditch across the field. Take her up.
Too late. Hang on.
Oh, my head.
Just lie quietly, Les.
Julia. Julia, where am I?
You're in a hospital. You've been unconscious almost 3 hours. But the doctor says you'll be up in a few days.
Why, the plane crash. Yes. Julia, are you all right?
I was just shaken up, nothing else.
Oh. Inspector King. What about him?
King and his bodyguard, Steve, were killed.
Killed?
Yes. When the plane crashed, they were up front without safety belts.
Oh. Anybody else killed?
No, a half dozen were hurt, but they'll all live.
So King is dead.
Yes.
That means we're free, Julia. He was the only one who knew about the big brain.
the way I was getting those women.
Yes, Les, we're free.
Strange. The big brain picked the winners. But it was wrong about the plane crash.
Wrong?
Yes. After all, the only reason the plane crashed was because King forced the pilot to make an emergency landing.
You're overlooking just one fact, Les.
What?
The plane crashed at 6:31 p.m. The exact moment that the big brain said it would. How do you explain that, Professor?
Professor DeWitt had a good deal to ponder about while he recovered in the hospital. Would a plane crash have occurred if Victor King hadn't forced the pilot to make an emergency landing? Or was that the crash the big brain predicted? It's hard to say. But one thing is certain. Professor DeWitt, for some strange reason, has lost all scientific interest in the big brain. Oh, that reminds me of next week's story, The Dark Underworld. It's about a strange old man who lives half his life in the maze of sewers beneath the streets of Manhattan, and he discovers... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tartlett. In the cast were Leon Janney, Marilyn Erskine, Santos Ortega, and John Marley. Original music was composed and played by Al Finesse. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
But, Doctor, why can't I see her?
I've already told you, Mrs. Peters, that your daughter has had a most serious breakdown. She has to be kept absolutely quiet. If you were to go in and cause one of her attacks of hysteria, I really couldn't answer for the consequences.
I can't believe it somehow. She was perfectly well when I saw her that evening. We had supper together. She was worried over you, of course, but as soon as she got your note...
Did she tell you what was in it?
No. She just read it and said she'd had to go to your house at once and get you something.
She didn't say what it was.
I think she said something about some medicine.
Oh, is that all? That's quite right. I was working on an emergency case and needed a special drug.
She went off right away, and that's the last I ever saw of her. I just can't believe it somehow.
Mrs. Peters, you must believe me. These things are very terrible, but Helen has been working under terrific pressure for a long while. We never know when the break is going to come, but when it does...
Doctor, she'll get well again, won't she? You don't think it might be permanent?
It's too early to say, but with quiet and constant care...
Couldn't I help to look after her? I'd do everything you tell me to. I can't bear to think that strangers are with her when her own mother...
Perhaps in a little while it might be possible. But just at present,
Only the most skilled nursing
And
will...
she was so happy. If you could have only seen her face when she came and told me you'd asked her to marry you.
Oh, please don't speak of that. You can imagine how this terrible sickness of hers affects me.
I know. This is the grief we share in common, Henry. Oh, you don't mind if I call you that, do you?
Of course not. As Helen's mother, you have every right to.
She told me so much about you. And I looked forward to the time we'd meet. I never thought that it would be like this. I won't keep you any longer. You've got more than enough to do. If you'll just let me know how she is and when I can come and see her.
I'll do that the first moment I think it will be safe. Now come. Let me show you to the door. Would you like me to call you a cab?
Oh, no. I haven't far to go. I'm staying with my sister, and she lives quite close to here.
Good. Then I can easily get in touch with you if it's necessary.
Mama!
Good gracious. What's that?
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. It's Helen. She must be having one of her attacks again. Who? Will you show Mrs. Peters? Yes, Dr. Jekyll. This way, please, madam.
But, Doctor, let me...
No, you must go at once. I'll have to attend to her myself. Goodbye. This way, please, madam. This way. Here, stop. Where are you going?
I'm going upstairs.
But you can't. The doctor's orders.
I don't care what the doctor says. My child is up there sick, and she's calling for me. It'll take more than you to keep me away from her. Get out of my way.
But
Get out of my way, I said.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll will be very angry.
If you were in my place, what would you do?
If I were in your place, madam, I would do exactly as you are doing. So help me, I would.
Thank you. And now, will you let me pass? My mother, I will, and you can't keep me away from her.
Helen, dear, your mother is already gone. She's going to come back later on when you're feeling better.
But there's nothing the matter with me now. I don't know why you're keeping me here.
It's for your own good, my dear.
It's not. It's because you're afraid I'll tell what I know.
Oh, dear. The old delusion again.
All right. Call it a delusion. Call it anything you like. But let me go. Let me see my mother.
Helen, dear, that is not possible.
Why? Mother. Oh, Mother.
Mrs. Peters, how dare you come up here?
I heard her calling me.
That is no reason. I told you she was in a highly dangerous condition. Don't you know that you're risking her very sanity?
That isn't true.
You can see for yourself. Look at her face. Look at her eyes.
And do you wonder? Do you think I can ever be the same again after what I saw?
Tell your mother what you saw, Helen.
I saw... Oh, how can I tell her? No one will believe me.
I insist that you tell her.
Tell me, Helen. Tell me, dear. Oh, Mother. Oh, perhaps he's right. Perhaps it was a terrible delusion. But tell me, what was it you think you saw? You remember that I got a letter telling me to go to his house and get some medicine? Yes, I remember. I did as he asked and waited for him to come. When the knock came to the door, I opened it. And there on the step I saw, not Henry Jekyll, as I had thought, but Edward Hyde. What? Edward Hyde? The murderer? Yes. But what was he doing there? Did you call for help? No. He told me he'd come from Henry. I was frightened and let him come inside. He asked for the drug. He seemed half beside himself with fear and told me something would happen to Henry if he didn't get it. I took him up to my room.
Go on.
I showed him the drawer which held the drug. And just as he was about to go, we heard a loud knocking on the street door. It was the police. The police? Yes, they'd seen him come into the house. They'd been trailing him all afternoon and had now come to arrest him for the murder of Mr. Utterson. Oh, Helen, how terrible. But wait, Mother. I opened the window and called down to them. And when I turned back into the room, there was Hyde. I saw it, I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes. What did you see? I saw him rush to the drawer, take out the bottle of red fluid, pour some into a glass, and the white powder. And when it had dissolved, he put it to his lips and drank. I thought it was poison. I rushed forward to seize it from him. But he'd fallen to the floor. I've seen people who've taken strychnine. I've seen epilepsy. But I'd never seen anything so terrible as the seizure that he had then. I just stood there, paralyzed with horror. And then he seemed to change. I can't explain it. But his face seemed to swell up and grow black, and his features seemed to melt and alter. His whole body changed before my very eyes. Everything grew black before me. I sprang away and held my hands before my eyes to hide the horror from them. And when I looked again, he'd got up to his feet, was clinging to the edge of the table. And I swear that what I say is true. The man I saw there, gasping for breath, pale and terrible, was Henry Jekyll.
Helen, what are you saying? Now will you believe me when I tell you that she is completely unbalanced?
I'm not. I saw it, I tell you. Helen, dear, you mustn't upset yourself like this. Oh, Henry, what are we going to do about her?
I'll give her another sedative and put her to sleep.
Sleep? Sleep? You're always putting me to sleep. Why don't you do the job properly and put me to sleep forever?
Helen.
Oh, not to take me away from here. I'm not mad. If he'll let me go, I'll never tell another living soul what I saw.
Helen, my dear, Helen. I'll let you go, my dear, as soon as you are well.
As soon as you can persuade me that I imagined it all. I'll never believe that, never.
Come now. Take this sleeping draught and rest. You've had far too much excitement, my dear.
Yes, take it, Helen. It's for your own good, dear. You too, Mother. You too. Oh, won't anyone believe me? I'm not mad, I tell you. I'm not mad.
No, my dear, you're not mad. But you're very, very sick.
Oh.
Now, calm yourself. Now, just drink this down and go to sleep. I'll let your mother come and see you tomorrow. Come now. That's a good girl. Drink it down. That's a good girl. We'll leave her now, my dear. I want to have a little talk to your mother, and then I will come back. Now, will you be all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Nurse will look after you. Come, Mrs. Peters.
Oh, Henry, this is terrible.
You see what I mean?
Oh, yes, of course I do. What will be the end of it?
I'm hoping that rest and quiet and unremitting care will bring her round.
And if not?
If this strange delusion doesn't pass, well, we may have to find some way of safeguarding her against herself.
You don't mean some sort of home?
Well, it's early to think of that, but it may become necessary.
Oh, no. Not my lovely, sane girl.
Don't you think it breaks my heart as much as yours? This most dreadful thing that has ever happened to me. I'd give my very life if I could make her well again.
Have you any idea what made her like this?
Yes. I believe that she did open the door and saw Edward Hyde standing there. After all, we have the evidence of the police that he came to that house that night.
And do you think he did something to her?
I think that the shock and terror of seeing him there may have unbalanced her.
So that's another crime against the name of Edward Hyde. I wonder, is there any punishment terrible enough to fit the sins of such a man?
There is a punishment awaiting Edward Hyde. That will be more terrible than anything that you could ever imagine. With every hour that passes, it is creeping on him, and he knows, as I do, that there is no escape.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Let justice be done though the heavens fall was a favorite phrase on the lips of the citizens of New York in 1898. And while it can be admitted that the heavens of society did fall, justice most certainly was not done when a jury found Ronald P. Mollier guilty of the Athletes' Club murders. The scene is the home of Mrs. Johns in New York, and the time a few minutes after breakfast on the morning of December 28th. Mrs. Johns' married daughter walks into the breakfast room and greets Mr. Cornell, a distant relative who boards with the two ladies.
Ah, good morning, Betty. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm all right, Mr. Cornell, but Mother's got a splitting headache. I was going to ask if you could stay with her while I go down to the drugstore for some seltzer.
Why, certainly. Oh, but wait. I have some seltzer in my room.
Oh, you have?
Yes. Someone sent it to me Christmas Day for a joke, I think. It was sent to the Athletes' Club. We'll go to my room and get it. You get some water, Betty.
Yes, I will. Have you been to the drugstore already, Betty? Oh, I didn't have to go, Mother. Mr. Cornell has some seltzer in his room. How's your headache?
Oh, terrible, Betty. I don't know when I've had such a headache.
Come in. Oh. Here's the water, Mr. Cornell.
Too bad that you're feeling badly, Mrs. Johns, but we'll fix you up all right. There. Now then, Mrs. Johns, just drink this down.
Oh, it tastes very bitter, doesn't it?
Oh, it shouldn't. Let me taste it. It does a little.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, Betty.
Yes, dear?
Betty, get a doctor.
My goodness.
Get a doctor. Oh, I'm dying.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, I know I'm dying. Oh.
In a few moments, a doctor arrived, but Mrs. Johns died without recovering consciousness. 1 hour later, a detective inspector and the sergeant of police arrive at the house and discuss the murder with the doctor.
You're positive, Doctor, that this is murder?
Certain. Cyanide of mercury doesn't get into a bottle of seltzer by accident.
And whoever it was tried to kill Cornell, since the bottle of seltzer was mailed to him.
I'm not so sure that he'll live as it is. He took a taste of the stuff, and I've ordered him to bed at the club.
You didn't make any test for cyanide of mercury, did you?
I tasted it, and that was enough.
Say, look here.
What is it?
A brown paper wrapper addressed to Mr. Cornell, care Athletes' Club. Looks like the wrapper that bottle of seltzer was mailed in.
Good. That's our first clue. We'll check the handwriting with that of the members of the club. I'll bet we'll find this was an inside job.
Right. We'll find that somebody quarreled with Cornell. You mark my words.
The days pass. The police make no move, but the newspapers make no effort to avoid actions for libel. They openly accuse Ronald P. Mollier, an ex-member of the club, of knowing something of the murder. Ronald Mollier, accompanied by his father, goes to the police, only to be told that there is nothing against him. But rumors continue. Names and reputations are dragged through the mire. Openly, it is stated that only Mollier's influential friends are keeping him from being arrested. And 6 months later, the inspector and the sergeant question various witnesses they've rounded up.
Bring in the woman, Watt.
She's the one that'll fix the case, Inspector.
Now, lady, take a look at this picture. Is that the man you saw mailing the package the day before Christmas?
Yes, that's the man.
What'd I tell you, Inspector?
You'd go on the witness stand and identify Mollier as the man you saw?
Yes, sir, I would.
All right, you can go now. But stick around where the sergeant can find you if he wants you.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's check this report before we take it to the grand jury.
Okay.
Come in. Oh, hello, Doc. We're just going over this report again before we take it to the grand jury.
Well, first of all, we find that a man by the name of Burke has a fight with Mollier. In a few months, he dies. The doc here has the body exhumed, and an analysis shows that Burke died of cyanide of mercury.
That's right. His own doctor thought it was heart failure after a bad cold. But even then, he was suspicious that there was some different cause of death. But, of course, he had no reason to suspect foul play.
Now, the next thing, Cornell gets this seltzer for Christmas. He gives it to Mrs. John. She dies. Cornell is sick for weeks after tasting it. Again, cyanide of mercury.
And again, Cornell is involved in a row with Malyer. A row that results in Malyer resigning from the club.
Then I find that Malyer has a private box for receiving mail, and he signed for the box in Cornell's name. Almost as though he was laying the groundwork for blaming Cornell for the deaths at the club.
Then you think that Malyer was going to poison the club members one by one?
I'm not saying that. Let the grand jury draw their own conclusion.
And we have this woman who says she saw Malyer mail the package the day before Christmas. Yes, I guess that's the case in a nutshell.
Sure, an open and shut case. The grand jury will bring an indictment on this evidence.
July, 6 months after the murder, Ronald P. Malyer is leaving his place of business when a plainclothes man taps him on the shoulder.
Yes? Your name is Ronald P. Malyer?
Yes, it is.
I'm a police officer, and I have a warrant here for your arrest.
A warrant for my arrest? What on earth for?
For the murder of one Adam Burke, for the murder of one Sarah Johns, and for the attempted murder of one Samuel Cornell.
But this is preposterous. It's ridiculous. I went to the police department when my name was first mentioned in the newspapers. That's 6 months ago.
I'm sorry, Mr. Malyer, but the grand jury has indicted you on the charges I've just read.
The evidence as gathered by the police was presented, and the jury found Ronald Malyer guilty. But now that the voice of public clamor had been listened to, the same people who had demanded Malyer's arrest began to refer to him as a persecuted boy. The arrest as an outrage, the trial as a farce. In some of these, the Court of Appeals agreed for an order to retrial. And at his second trial, after a year and a half in the death house, Malyer was found not guilty. With the discharge of Malyer, all activity in the case seemed to drop. And since Malyer was not guilty, the classic mystery of the century became an unsolved mystery. But we believe we know the answer. And in just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Athletes' Club murders.
We'll be right back with more of our Unsolved Mystery after this short break. You're listening to When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken with the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the home of a famous criminologist who states his opinions on the Athletes' Club murders.
I most certainly do not think that Malyer was guilty. In fact, most lawyers to whom I have spoken about the case are agreed that the grand jury should never even have returned an indictment, that only public clamor induced them to do so.
But you must admit that the case as presented looked very black against Malyer.
As presented, yes. But look here. The day before Christmas, and a woman goes on the stand and testifies that she paid particular attention to Malyer mailing a package. Do you honestly think that you, 6 months afterwards, could identify persons you saw mailing packages at Christmas time and in New York?
No, that seems a bit unusual, I'll admit. What about the handwriting?
The same as all handwriting. For every expert who will testify that handwriting is identical, you can find another expert who will deny that they are identical. And both are quite honest. To me, handwriting is only an additional incentive to follow up a clue. I personally want a whole lot more in the way of evidence to vote guilty.
Well, when you remove the woman's evidence and the handwriting, you really don't have much of a case left, do you?
No. The killing of these persons by cyanide of mercury does justify the belief that someone was trying to kill the members of the athletes' club. But that in no way is indicative of the belief that it was Malyer.
Yes, I see your point. The jury and the police accepted the evidence pointing to murder as evidence against Malyer. An absolutely unfair attitude, but...
Yes?
What is your explanation?
You followed the case step by step from the sending of the seltzer through the mail?
Yes.
But who told you that that seltzer was poison?
What?
Who ever told you that that seltzer was poison?
But it was analyzed.
I know it was analyzed. But did analyzing it prove that it was poisoned when it was mailed? Of course not. That seltzer lay in Cornell's desk at the club for 3 days before he took it to his apartment and gave it to Mrs. Johns. Everyone else jumped to the same conclusion that you did. No one ever gave a thought to the real murderer. The man who hated Cornell, slipping into Cornell's office, cautiously opening the drawer of his desk, and placing the deadly cyanide in the seltzer crystals, pressing the cork back into the bottle, and slipping quietly away to his accustomed place at the club fireside. Ah, yes, my friend, that is how the athletes' club murders were committed.
By Jove, I never thought of that. I just accepted the fact that the seltzer was poisoned when it was mailed.
Yes, as did everyone else. No, there's no use trying to find out now who the murderer was. But if the investigators had ever found out who, besides Cornell, had access to Cornell's desk, the athlete club murders would never have been an unsolved mystery.
We're about to hear a story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you the popular young motion picture star, Mr. Tony Curtis, in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents the McKay College Basketball Scandal, a story taken from the headlines and concerning the bribes offered to college athletes, starring Mr. Tony Curtis.
Hi, Harlow. Where you been?
I've been fishing, Hap, and here's my catch.
Why, that's just a bunch of worn-out spark plugs.
Yeah, but they sure caused plenty of trouble before I landed them. I went fishing with a friend of mine, and his car was slow on the pickup, sluggish on the hills, and a toughie to start.
What did you do, Harlow?
Well, I had him see his Autolite spark plug dealer, who compared his spark plugs with the famous Autolite plug check indicator that shows the exact condition of your spark plugs and whether they're right for your style of driving.
Well, suppose they're not right, Harlow.
Well, if cleaning or adjustments are needed, your Autolite spark plug dealer is equipped to give you the finest spark plug service.
Well, suppose he finds that new ones are required.
Well, then he'll install standard or resistor-type ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Good reasons to visit your Autolite spark plug dealer.
Right you are. Just call Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. She'll tell you without charge the name of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the McKay College Basketball Scandal and the performance of Mr. Tony Curtis, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
And so, sport fans of America, while there's still a minute or two before game time, I'd like to tell you something about the man most of us are here to see in action tonight. And, of course, I'm speaking of Fred Hudson, a great ball player when the chips are down.
What a lie that's going to turn out to be. I know. I'm Fred Hudson.
20 years old, in his junior year as a McKay student. He's 6 feet tall.
That's a laugh.
Hudson has been the recipient of many trophies and awards.
You put them all together and you add a dime and you can stand on a Main Street bus.
Including 7 loving cups and 3 All-State trophies.
My old man uses them for ashtrays.
But there's the referee's whistle and the game is on. The center steps into the circle, the ball's tossed up, jump. And it's McKay's ball with Rudd University falling back into a zone defense. They've got 2 men guarding Fred Hudson. And believe you me, they'll need him. Now McKay's working the ball in, passing sharp. French dribbles close to the deck, passes to Hudson and cuts fast down the court. French is clear, wide open under the basket, and Hudson loses the ball.
That's right. Loses the ball. It's hard, though, playing this way. Why? I wish I knew the answer. But it's all knotted together with the school and the town and the people in it. You see, McKay isn't an ordinary college. It's like a school song, the last two lines. But the game that's at the top of all the students is the basketball brigade of old McKay. Get that, brigade. Anywhere else it's a team, but at McKay it's a big deal. Same way in town. Basketball isn't a game in my town. It's a way of life.
Yeah, but you promised.
Sorry, I tell you, I'm fresh out.
But the magazine's just arrived.
2 minutes after they arrived, I was fresh out. Look, you want a subscription?
No, I want this week's copy.
Well, I can order you one. I'm ordering for 60, 70 people.
Well, how about your copy?
Well, I'll lend it to you.
Oh, gee, fine. Boy, thanks, Bar. Well, thanks a lot.
Frank, you take good care of it. Yes, gentlemen?
What's all the excitement?
Nothing. May I help you?
Yeah, you can help me. You can tell them what's all the excitement.
Well, it's just this big spread in the magazine about a fellow lives here, a basketball player.
Oh, you hear that, Stanley? My.
Fine boy named Fred Hudson. You fellas new in town?
Fred Hudson. All-American boy.
He's all-state. That means more than all-American around here.
And me, I'd like to meet him. You, Stanley? No one I'd like to meet more. Where's he live, this Hudson?
Elm Street, next to the corner on the right. Anything else you fellas want? Cup coffee, bottle pop?
You got a 2-cent plane?
What?
Forget it, Farmer. I haven't got time.
McKay is asked for a timeout. The score, with 9 minutes remaining in the first half, is Rush University 22, McKay College 12.
What's bothering you, Fred?
Nothing.
Well, what you doing?
Nothing, I tell you.
Okay, buddy.
Look, I'm sorry, French. Let's go. There's the bell.
You mean the whistle? You said bell.
I must have been thinking of something else.
Oh, Fred, what's the matter? Forget your key or something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ma.
You'd forget your head if it wasn't shaped like a basketball. I was way in the back of the house.
You got anything to eat around here?
It's too early for supper. Think this is a restaurant or something?
Look, Ma, all I want
There's some bologna in the icebox. You can make it yourself, if you're not too much of a big shot. I got ironing to do.
Don't I make my sandwiches every day?
You eat like a horse every day.
Freddie, boy, you seen this? You read about yourself?
Yeah, Pop.
You make me proud, boy. I tell you, I'm proud.
Your father's always proud about something. 23 years he's been too proud to work.
Fred, will you tell your mother not to start that again?
Will you ask your father where the next meal's coming from?
Cut it out, won't you? You give me indigestion, you two.
I'd like to give you indigestion. Then maybe you wouldn't play basketball. Maybe you'd get a job. Bring some money into the house.
She don't understand, Freddie. She don't appreciate.
What's to appreciate? Your son is a basketball bum.
My son's 1 in a million. He'll have his pick of jobs.
What kind of jobs? He don't know a trade. He never opens a book. Lesson, it's a basketball manual.
You don't understand. Best paying jobs in America go to the athletes. Everybody wants them for publicity or what you call goodwill. I know.
Sure you do. Being a big athlete yourself. Whoever wanted you?
Fred's different. He's the
biggest basketball bum. Some honor.
You got a tongue like...
Shut up. I'm sick of it. Every day the same thing for 20 years.
23 years.
Always a fight. Even when something good happens.
What's so good about your picture in the magazine? You get paid for it?
I'm getting out of here.
Fred, there was 2 gentlemen here to see you, and I... Now, look what you did. He's gone.
Oh, you'll be back for supper. Here, take this laundry over to the Caldwells and make sure you collect.
I could kill you.
Huh. You don't have the nerve.
And there goes the gun. At the end of the first half, Rudd leading 33-25. McKay's squad looks tired, very tired, as the team walks off the court, particularly Hudson. Never saw him perform like this before. Even the fans are against him. Well, that's the way it goes, folks, in the world of sports. A few days ago, Fred Hudson was king of the campus.
Hiya, Freddie.
Hi,
Hi.
Hiya, Freddie. How's the boy?
Fine,
Hiya, kid.
fine.
Hudson. Oh, Hudson.
Yeah? Oh. Hello, Dr. Kellogg.
Hudson, I'd like you to drop in on me during office hours. I want to talk with you.
Well, is it something bad? I mean, can you tell me what it's about?
It's about your exam paper.
Don't tell me I'm flunking history.
Oh, on the contrary, it seems to be the only course you're not flunking. That's what my colleagues tell me.
They tell me the same thing. I did okay on your exam?
Well, you didn't stick to the facts, but that's all right. Too many minds are mortgaged to facts, and facts themselves are comparative.
Then what is it? I mean,
Have you ever read Spengler, Hudson?
Who?
Oswald Spengler. He wrote a book called The Decline of the West.
Never heard of him.
It's very interesting. You see, in your exam, you expounded a theory about Western civilization that parallels Spengler's. You went off half-cocked, but it's still very interesting.
I did that?
It seems that along with all your physical splendor, you have a brain. Does that surprise you?
Well,
frankly, it surprised me. But now that we've made the discovery, what do you intend to do about it?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, Hudson, you might spend your time more profitably by majoring in history rather than basketball.
What's wrong with basketball?
Oh, nothing as a sport. But as a career, it could be dangerous.
Dangerous? How?
Let's be honest, Hudson. Now, you might be one of those sad young men who reach such an acute limited excellence at 20 that everything afterwards savors of anticlimax. Basketball isn't the most important thing in the world.
What is?
It isn't even a very significant occupation, although it may seem that to you right now.
But look, I've got nothing else. It's the only thing I'm good at.
How do you know? What else have you tried?
You're getting me all fouled up.
I'm trying to unfoul you, Fred. I've seen too many campus heroes who discover too late that there's more to life. Oh, this sounds so corny. Well, there's more to life than, muscular coordination.
But basketball, it's like my anchor. Without it,
It's an anchor of driftwood. In 5 years, 25 years, you'll still be drifting, still be seeking, a little wistfully, for the excitement of some irrecoverable basketball game.
You think I should give it up?
Why, no, of course not. Play basketball, Fred. Get all you can out of it. But don't make it your life's work.
You make it sound so bad. I feel like whatever I do is wrong.
Well, maybe I'm too blunt, Fred. Or maybe I resent athletes and I'm taking it out on you.
Why should you do that?
Maybe because I've always had spindly legs and a scrawny neck and no chest at all. Well, either way, Fred, don't take it too hard. I'm just a tired old windbag in a cow college, or should I say a cowhide college. Isn't that what basketballs are made of? Well, if you're interested in Spengler, I have a copy in my office.
Well, not now, sir. I gotta go see my girl.
Well, anytime, Fred.
It's funny. You know, she thinks sort of like you do about basketball. She thinks I've got no ambition.
Well, Fred, I hope you haven't taken our talk too serious.
Oh, it's all right, sir. Anyway, my girl, she's got enough ambition for the both of us.
Listen to me. The way you've been playing is a reflection on me as coach. So get the lead out, Hudson. You gotta hustle. You're feeding the ball like slow motion. Fred. How do you like that? He's not even listening. Fred!
Fred.
Yeah?
Fred, you happen to realize you've been pacing for an hour up and down, over and over again. Really, it's a bore.
I'm thinking, Jeannie. Anyway, you've been wrapped up in that magazine.
Magazine's all about you, as if you didn't know.
Hey, you read where it says, handsome, hulk-shouldered Fred Hudson? Get that. Handsome.
Well, I haven't exactly read it. I've sort of been scanning the ads.
You and your advertisements.
Advertisements, sweetie. Advertisements are so unchic.
I guess that's just one of the things that's wrong with me.
Oh, don't be so serious. Who's perfect?
What is wrong with me, Jeannie?
Please, Fred, don't start that.
I mean it. Look, let's take those guys in the advertisements. Now, what have they got I haven't?
Well, for one thing, they wear neckties.
Oh, now there's something really important.
Why must you be so morbid? Come on over here and relax.
Jeannie.
Not that way. Now cut it out, Fred. That's better. Just sit quietly and look at the pictures.
Jeannie.
Look at that car. Isn't it dreamy?
Yeah, But...
Hey, you know Charlie Mason?
That phony?
He's not. You see his new car?
Yeah, how could you miss it?
Just like this one, only convertible.
Listen, Jeannie. Look, instead of a movie tonight, couldn't we just talk? Look, there's something...
Well, Fred, as a matter of fact...
You got a date?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact...
Charlie Mason.
Oh, he asked me ages ago. I was going to tell you.
That's all right, Jeannie.
Well, you don't have to be so big about it.
Look, I'm fed up, Jeannie. I'll see you.
Well, after all, Fred, you don't own me.
That's why I'm fed up, kid. I don't own anything. No neckties, no convertibles.
Fred!
I'll be seeing you, kid.
Fred!
I don't know anything.
Fred? Hello, Fred. Hello, Fred. Hey, don't rush off, Freddie. We've been waiting a long time.
For me?
Sure. Who else?
Who are you guys?
You can call us a couple of your fans.
I call you a couple of wise guys.
Awful tough, ain't he?
A big man on a little campus.
From the magazine piece, I thought maybe he was a regular Joe.
What do you want?
Oh, how about your autograph?
You guys make funny jokes.
Or maybe you'd like my autograph.
I bet that's it. Hey, you want his autograph, Freddie?
I bet he would. On a fat check.
You want that, Freddie?
What are you talking about?
See, he's interested. I knew it.
Then talk or get out of the way.
How'd you like to make $2,000?
2,000.
2 G's, Freddie. All yours.
How?
Well, we figure you work pretty hard at basketball.
We figure you ought to get paid for all that work. Particularly if you don't work too hard.
I don't get it.
We want you to work for us, Freddie. This Friday night.
I got a basketball game.
Yeah. We want you to dump the game.
For $2,000?
What do you say?
I don't know. 2,000.
Make up your mind.
I gotta think.
There's no time.
You want to be an amateur all your life?
It's 4 days to Friday.
You got till midnight. 4 hours.
Well, I'll let you know.
All right. We're at the Drake Hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, just one thing. Keep an open mind and a shut mouth. Get the picture?
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't want to hurt a nice, clean-cut boy like you.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Tony Curtis in the McKay College Basketball Scandal. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, getting back to fishing. You know, the only fishing you do is for compliments on Autolite spark plugs.
Well, sure, Hap, because when you replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you get smoother performance, gas savings, and quick starts.
What do you mean, Harlow?
Why, Hap, with those mighty mites under the hood, your car will take off like a scared salmon and speed along smooth as a sailfish.
Tell the folks why, Isaac Walton.
Because, friends, Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition system used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of cars. That's why ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are world-famous for outstanding quality and performance.
Lead me to 'em, Harlow.
So, friends, see your Autolite spark plug dealer soon. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with resistor-type or standard-type ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Tony Curtis in Elliott Lewis's production of The McKay College Basketball Scandal, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
What'll I do? What'll I do?
You got till midnight.
He's a basketball bum.
He's one in a million.
Get a job.
Dump the game.
Bring some money into the house.
Best paying jobs in America go to the athletes.
Neckties, convertibles, dreamy.
2 G's. Dump the game. It seems you have a brain. Dump the game. You make me proud, boy. Proud. Dump the game. Get all you can out of it. Dump the game.
Give me the number of the Drake Hotel.
On the rebounds, miss the ball now and then. You got that?
Yeah.
Throw hook shots over the basket.
And when you get rebounds, don't pass so quick. This way, you might flub 2 points.
Yeah, don't try too hard to block the other guy's shot. Don't cover too close.
All right, all right. When do you want to see me again?
We don't.
Well, how about the dough?
Here it is. We'll take it.
But suppose something goes wrong.
Look, Hudson, you got to stop acting like a hick. There'll be more than $1 million bet on this ball game from New York to L.A. If anything goes wrong, we're going to kill you. Get the picture?
I just wonder if you guys get it.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, well, you guys think we're a bunch of hicks.
What do you think?
Could be. But we know basketball. Even grammar school kids, they know the game.
So what?
So I hope we get away with it.
It's your problem, Freddie.
Just remember, don't try anything. Don't stink up the joint, or you'll be dead.
Well, they seem to have Hudson pretty well bottled up. He's sunk 1 free throw and a field goal all evening. And time's beginning to run out. Just 11 minutes to go, and the score, Rudd 51, McKay 46.
Take it, Mom. Go on, use it for the house.
$25.
Where'd you get it?
I won it, Pop, in a basketball pool.
Oh, what luck.
Skill, that's what it is. That boy knows basketball. You feel good, Freddie? You going to play good Friday night?
Yeah, I feel okay.
Freddie, don't you want some of this?
Well, I already took a few bucks. I bought some neckties.
Well, why don't you wear them?
I don't like them. They're uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable? A necktie?
Please, Ma, please. Cut it out, huh?
Well, all right, Freddie. All right.
Hello, Jeannie.
Well, where have you been?
Around. Here's some flowers for you.
Oh, they're dreamy. I've missed you, Freddie.
I thought you were still thrashing around with Charlie Mason.
Oh, I gave him the brush, that phony.
And what'd I tell you?
You know where he gets all his money? He steals it from his father.
Steals it?
Yeah, he told me. Really, it's detestable. Come on in.
Jeannie, I gotta be going.
But you just got here.
I know. Bye, Jeannie. Dr. Kellogg?
Oh, hello, Fred. Come in.
Thank you. Dr. Kellogg, what was that poem you were talking about yesterday?
The one Lincoln kept on his desk? Oh, it's an old
I mean, how does it go again?
It goes, do what thy manhood bids thee do. From none but self expect applause. He noblest lives and noblest dies who makes and keeps his self-made laws. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Seconds left to play. Rudd leading 60-59. It's McKay's timeout. Believe you me, this has been a ball game. Although half the fans here are disappointed they came to see Hudson, and all night they've been riding him. Fred seems to be off his feet. He's playing ragged ball. And there's the whistle. Stern brings the ball into play. Passes to French. 20 seconds. Fred fakes to Hudson.
Fred, wake up. It's Raymond.
Detestable.
I'm proud of you, boy. Proud. Do what thy manhood bids thee do. Don't stink up the joint, or you'll be dead.
Now you're moving, Freddie.
Now, boy. He passes to Hudson in mid-floor. Freddie shoots. The ball's in a high arc, and it's in. And the game is over. Hudson pulled that one out of the fire, believe you me. Great ball player, Freddie, when the chips are down.
This is their room, Fred.
I'm going in with you.
No. This is a personal. I think they ruined my life. I'm going to ruin theirs.
Fred, I'm going to get the hotel car. Well, the all-American boy.
Yeah, this saves us the trouble of coming after you.
Here's your money. I bought a couple of ties. I gave my mother $25. Now I'm going to kill you both with my bare hands. Stay away from that gun. I'll kill you.
Fred! You want to murder them?
Okay. Well, the bus will be here any minute.
Dress warm, Freddie. Get enough to eat.
I will, Mom. I'll send you some money as soon as I get a job.
Oh, Fred.
Is it Dr. Kellogg?
I'd like you to have this book. It's Spengler. And I want you to know I did all I could.
I know. They had expelled me.
Well, where are you going, Fred?
As far as $27 will take me. 8 loving cups and a varsity sweater. Hot, $27.
I'll wait for you, Freddie. Honest, I will.
Well, I'll be seeing you in the advertisements.
Advertisements, darling. I looked it up. One's as good as it.
Fred. Yes. You're a good boy, Freddie.
Yeah, Pop. I'm 1 in a million.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Tony Curtis.
And here he is again, stepping out of his role as the All-American basketball player, Universal International's handsome young star, Tony Curtis.
Thank you, Harlow. And thanks to Autolite for this opportunity to appear on Suspense.
Tony, the pleasure was ours. You played a splendid game of basketball.
Oh, it was nothing, Coach. Just had a good support.
It was teamwork, Tony. Now, take that famous Autolite team.
I know, Harlow.
Autolite spark plugs, the Autolite Stay-Full battery, designed to work as a team by the same Autolite engineers who design complete ignition systems.
I know, Harlow.
In 28 plants, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats.
I know, Harlow. It's a great team.
Right you are, Tony. In fact, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Miss Jean Crane in another story based on actual events concerning a wife who discovers she is married to the murderer among us. A dramatic report we call The Case Study of a Murderer. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Herbert Marshall, Mr. Cornell Wilde, and Mr. Ray Milland, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The McKay College basketball scandal was written for Suspense by Millard Kaufman. Featured in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns as Dr. Kellogg, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Hudson, Lou Merrill as Mr. Hudson, Barbara Eiler as Jean. Also heard were Jack Moyles, Hill Foreman, Jack Crucian, Gil Stratton Jr., and Leo Cleary.
Tony Curtis can now be seen in The Prince Who Was a Thief, an international Universal Technicolor production co-starring Piper Laurie.
For the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug or battery dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, hang up to Newton by number and ask for operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You're about to hear a story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Miss Jean Crane in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents The Case Study of a Murderer, a factual document from medical reports. The tragic story of a woman's refusal to believe that within her husband lived the murderer among us.
Well, hello, Sheriff. Hi, Harlow. Say, what am I going to do? My battery's dry as a cactus.
Well, lasso a passel of sure snappy starch from an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
3 times a year? Are you hog-washing me, Harlow?
No, I'm shooting straight, Sheriff. 3 times a year in normal car use. That's because that great Autolite Stay Full has 3 times the liquid reserve of ordinary batteries. And the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Why, she sounds better than Chow Call to me, Harlow.
Right you are, Sheriff. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. To quickly find his name, call Western Union by number...
And ask for me. I am Operator 25. I'll gladly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with The Case Study of a Murderer and the transcribed performance of Miss Jean Crane, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
It's funny to be married to a man 3 years and find out he's kept secrets from you. Or not secrets like drinking or cards or women. Oh, no, my Hank was never like that. I mean, he was like 2 different men. Really, 2 men. He kept it a secret even from himself. That's what I'm beginning to understand. Because the man I knew, the Hank Lathrop I loved, he was a sweet, a wonderful sweetheart. The doctor says the baby coming on its way. He won't inherit it because nobody can inherit Hank's kind of trouble. His mind sickness. And I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm just telling you. That's all. I never asked for help. Neither did Hank. Oh, no. He did ask. And the only way he could, he tried to ask, to let me know. But too late. Too late. It was last spring. It was that day he came home so upset. Been married 2 years. We lived on the south side. Well, not really the south side. It was too close to downtown, to the factories and warehouses. But with no kids, it wasn't too bad. No kids. Well, anyway, we'd been married over 2 years. Hank, that you? Oh, hi, darling.
Hi.
Good day at work?
Yeah, sure.
Have something real good for dinner. What are the headlines?
What do you mean?
I mean, what's the headline in the paper? Oh, Hank, what's wrong, honey? Headache or something?
A gruesome murder.
What?
The headlines. Didn't you ask me what the headlines were?
Oh. Well, yes, honey, sure. But you don't look well. What is it?
What should it be? What's it always? The paper's jammed up to here with murder and killing all the time. Man comes home from work, works hard enough, but a man comes home and sees pictures and columns on a mother and a baby killed. Killed near the lake. Mother and a baby murdered.
But Hank was always like that, one way or another. He gets upset like that when the pressure's too heavy, and when it lets up, he's okay again. Except it didn't let up. Not this time. Because a couple of weeks later, it really hit.
Well, that's the last check the boom dropped the sack.
Oh, no.
Yeah, me and about 8 other guys.
Oh, Hank. I'm sorry.
Makes a guy think he doesn't count for much.
Oh, that's not true, darling.
You know, you begin to think on a job that maybe they can't get along without you, that you're pretty important, and the whole place would fold if you left. And then, poof. Bye, sonny boy.
Maybe they had a good reason. If they could have kept you, they would have.
Yeah, sure. You say it, and they say it, and it's right. Only something inside me says it just got kicked, and I don't amount to much at all. Not much at all. Well, I'm plenty, see? Plenty.
Yes, darling, you are. You are plenty. You're the most wonderful man in the world. You know I feel that way, don't you? That I really feel that way.
But then I figure I'm kind of lucky, too. Kind of.
Sure, darling. Sure, honey. Sure you are.
Luckier than the poor guy whose wife got killed with a baby. Luckier than him.
Hank, you can't keep getting upset by that. You can't.
Not that one. The new one. The second one. Been a second killing near Lincoln Park, just like the first. And the papers are full of it.
Wouldn't you like your dinner?
It's too hot to eat. Too hot to do anything.
But how can you keep up your strength to look for a job if you don't eat enough?
Whole great big brainy city, and mayor and cops and everybody. Can't find him.
Hank, please stop reading about those murders.
No? Oh, yeah.
Hank, you're not listening.
Sure I am.
Oh, why don't we go to the beach? Wouldn't it be swell? Or the amusement park? Remember last year we went? That was fun. You winning that Cupid doll and all. It was fun, wasn't it, darling? It was... Can't you stop looking at that paper for a minute?
I just wanted to find out when's the news broadcast. There must be one on now.
No.
What?
We've had enough of those murders. Enough of them. You have to stop thinking about them all the time. Every minute, that's all you think about.
Don't tell me what to do. Not like that. Ever.
What? Hank, I'm sorry, darling. I said I'm sorry if I...
And the chief of police says it's almost impossible to tell where the maniac will strike next. There have been a few clues to indicate the man might be...
Something is happening to Hank. A man gets kind of dizzy just from being alive sometimes, I guess. It's from being hit too many times by too many things, all kinds of things. Half of them I didn't understand, still don't all the way. Oh, but I should have understood. 3 months later, that summer night, 3 months later.
Look at him. Look at all these papers, all the same story of everybody running around getting no place.
Hank, couldn't you read the newspapers at Walgreens?
No, I couldn't. Bums read papers for free, and I'm no bum. I got a wife, and I'm no bum. I'm somebody. Just understand that, Beth. I'm somebody, and so are you.
Oh, sure, honey. But wouldn't one paper be enough? One a day? They all have the same story, mostly, and you spend $1, $1.50 a day on newspapers.
Well, what do you want me to do? I'm trying everything I can. What are you accusing me of, that I'm not a good husband?
No, Hank, no. Nobody's... I'm not accusing you of anything. You mustn't think that.
You act like I did something wrong, that's what. Not just like I wasn't working, but like I was almost a murderer. Like I was that murderer they're all looking for. Oh, it's hot. It's too hot in here.
If you'll let me, I'll open the windows.
Let you? The temperature's over 90. Sure, I'll let you. Why wouldn't I?
You...
Why, what?
Nothing.
Well, don't start to say something and stop. Say it.
Well, you told me to shut it.
I did? I told you to close it? Why would I tell you to close it?
Well, you did, that's all. It isn't important. What's so important about a window being open or closed to make all this argument?
Because I didn't. Oh, what time is it?
10.
Oh, the news. No, I don't want to listen to the news.
Would you like a cold glass of beer?
Yeah, beer. Nice, tall glass of beer. Only not here. Not in this house. At Marty's on the corner. That's the place for a beer.
But it costs so much more.
Yeah, I know, darling, but I just got to get out of here. I have to get with people.
Yes, darling. Of course. I have some cash, a few dollars. I've been saving it for your birthday. But we can celebrate your birthday whenever we want. Sure, honey. Sure, darling. I only had $3.28. Funny to remember it exactly like that. $3.28 that I slipped into his pocket when he wasn't looking. And we had beer with the jukebox banging away and me shaking inside. Shaking.
Come on to my house, my house, come on.
I just kept sipping my one beer and watching Hank. Maybe waiting for him to smile and make a joke, and then I'd know everything was okay. But he never smiled. Didn't even talk. Just drank beer and glared. You know what at? Himself. In the mirror. Just glared at himself until he stood up.
Go home.
Together.
No. You by yourself.
Oh, but Hank, you're kind of tight, darling. Kind of. Come on, let me take your arm.
Don't pull.
Please, Hank.
I said don't pull. Now go on, go home.
He almost ran out of the place. I knew if I followed him, I'd see something terrible. But I had to know. I had to know if what I guessed was true. And then I saw him rush up to a cop on Lake Street and scream something at him. I couldn't hear at all, and the crowd was there in no time.
I killed him!
Please. Please, let me through.
I can't
I'm his wife. I'm his wife. Please, let his wife through. Hank, darling, Hank. Officer, please, he didn't do anything, officer.
I did it. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand the killing and the murder anymore. I did it.
I waited in that police station for hours. I waited and wondered because no one told me anything. Except a kindly man. He gave me a cigarette and talked to me. And then hours and hours later, he called me into his office. Can't I see him? Can't I?
In a few minutes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll never forget you for letting me see him, Mr.
Dr. Broughton. I told you hours ago in the outside office. Did you hear me then?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember.
And the rest of what I told you?
Please let me see him. He didn't do any harm. He didn't kill anyone. He didn't kill anyone.
We know he didn't, Mrs. Lathrop.
You know? You're sure you know?
Please listen.
He didn't kill anybody.
But he could. He might.
How can you say that? Haven't I been through enough? Don't say that to me.
He confessed to 2 murders he did not commit. He admitted to 2 murders he had no part of.
And he didn't do wrong. Nothing wrong.
Will you permit your husband to take treatment?
You're saying he should be put away. You're saying he's crazy.
I'm saying he has an illness. I'm saying he's sick and he can be cured now. Maybe not later, but now he can.
No, all he needs is love and kindness.
Only words. They have no meaning to him right now. They might have once, but not now. Now he only sits, cunning and sharp. Everything is a secret. He should be treated. I should bring him before a board and have him undergo therapy.
I'll fight you. I'll work day and night to get the money, but I'll fight you with lawyers to keep you from disgracing him like that.
You won't have to. As a doctor, I say he's dangerous, but no court would uphold me. He hasn't committed any overt act. To all appearances, he's normal.
He is. He is normal.
He isn't. But we can't make him accept help. You're the only one who can do that.
No.
He can be cured now.
No.
He confessed to murders he fantasied himself as having committed.
He needs love, not psycho doctors like you.
He might easily commit murder if he doesn't get help.
Take me to my husband.
A month, 6 months, a year, I don't know when, but he'll kill Mrs. Lathrop. He'll kill.
Is bringing you Miss Jean Crane with William Conrad in The Case Study of a Murderer. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
So you go everywhere, there's none can compare with that Autolite Stay Full of mine.
And it's because the Autolite Stay Full is that famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Them's just the words to describe her, Harlow.
And there's more, Sheriff, because every positive plate in the great Autolite Stay Full is protected by fiberglass retaining mats to reduce shedding and flaking. That's why the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
You never said nothing truer, Hollow.
So, friends, call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She will gladly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer where you can get an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Just call Western Union and ask for Operator 25. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Jean Crane in Elliot Lewis's production of The Case Study of a Murderer. A dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I took him right home. Sleep. He needed sleep. More sleep than he could ever get. I know that much at least now. And I sat by the bed all that time, wiping his face with cold cloth and waiting and kissing him when he'd start that awful moaning. Love was all he needed. That's what I was so sure about then. So awful sure, while he slept like he'd been hit or something. For 16 hours. 16 straight hours, and I knew he'd be fine, just fine. He couldn't kill, not Hank. Oh, no, he'd be fine. And I remembered from a magazine or something. I turned on the radio. I remembered that music helps people who are upset, kind of. So I turned it on real soft.
Beth?
Yes, darling?
Oh. What time is it?
8:30 about.
Have I been sleeping long?
It's 8:30 in the night.
Oh. Do you know why I did it?
It's not important.
But it is.
Oh, no, darling. No, it isn't. It's past. It doesn't make any difference.
Showing off. That's what it was. Showing them up. The cops, I mean.
Whatever your reason was, it was yours, and it's all right, honey.
You don't believe me. You don't believe I did it to show them up.
Whatever your reason.
Well, it was the...
Lie back, darling. No, lie back and rest, Hank.
The papers. What do the papers say?
Whatever they'd say, it wouldn't mean anything.
I've got to know. I've got to.
If they're making fun of you, well, they're not, honey. Nobody is. Nobody would. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's a silly thing. We all do silly things. Nothing to be ashamed of.
It's a disgrace. A real disgrace. Nothing. I'm nothing. I even, like a kid, I even feel like I could, like I want to cry.
Cry, darling. A man isn't weak if he cries, darling. He's just had too much happen to him. Like women have too much happen, like anybody. Cry. You'll feel better, baby. You will.
I'm weak. No man likes a man who's weak.
No woman likes a man who can't admit he's weak sometimes, honey.
You never saw me cry. I never cried before. I never cried when I was a kid. Never.
I love you, darling. You have to know that. I love you.
You wouldn't leave me, would you?
Never.
You don't believe what that doctor said?
What doctor?
It's the police. That doctor.
What did he tell you?
Nothing, but I got the idea. I smelled it. I figured out what he was driving at.
He didn't say much to me.
Oh, he's a liar. For publicity, all those guys are alike. Anything for publicity. Then I can't blame him. I did it for publicity. Really, that's why I don't believe me. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why.
Because you had too many bad things happen in a row. Because you had too much beer. Too much hit you, baby. Too much all at once.
But I don't know why. I felt like somebody should be punished for all those terrible, terrible murders. Like somebody should. Somebody had to.
Listen, we'll move from Chicago. Maybe change our name.
Run away?
Not run away, leave. Put it all in back of you.
Run away like I did something wrong?
I told you not run away. Don't twist what I'm saying. I only said...
That I should run away from here with you. Let them push us away. Well, nobody pushes me around.
No, Hank, I know that. Nobody does.
Nobody leads me places like a kid, either.
It was only a suggestion.
Did that doctor tell you to say that to me?
No. I told you that the doctor didn't tell me anything.
You're lying. You're keeping things from me. He must have told you something.
He didn't. Not really. He just said for me to take good care of you, that's all.
First nothing and now something. You lied to me. What else did he say?
I don't know. Nothing, just...
What else? Well, tell me.
I don't... Suddenly, everything Dr. Broughton said was right, and everything I said was wrong. Then I felt sick. I was turning against Hank. When he needed me most, I was turning against him. It wasn't as easy as saying I was turning against him. I had to have some advice. I had to be sure. I needed help. I had to go see Dr. Broughton.
You want to turn him over to me?
No, not that.
Well, then why did you come to see me?
For advice.
Well, you've done what you could. Why don't you make him submit to care, Mrs. Lathrop? There's still time.
Only if he wants to.
Oh, he'll never agree. Not now. Not by himself.
He will. He has to.
Logic doesn't reach him very well.
This is something more than logic. More than doctors or anything else. He'll want to get cured when he knows he's going to be a father. Well, Doctor? Don't you figure it that way, too, Doctor?
Don't tell him.
Not tell him. Not tell him we're going to have a child. Something we both wanted so much.
It might have the wrong effect right now.
Oh, no, it'll make him stronger, make him more sure of
It
himself.
makes some men stronger. It can make others weaker, less sure and less certain.
Is that all the advice you can give me? Not to tell him, not to tell my husband he's going to be a father?
Tell me honestly, Mrs. Lathrop. In your heart, inside, you feel he's getting better or worse?
That's not fair.
Will you talk to him about getting treatment?
I'm not promising anything.
Will you not mention the baby?
No promises. I said no promise.
He slapped you again. Will you call me?
Goodbye.
It may be your life and his and your child's, Mrs.
When I came home, he didn't even look up. He just kept staring at his hands. I decided maybe I'd let him talk first, so I sat in a chair near the window. There wasn't much to see with buildings all close in, but the air smelled good, and I waited till I almost wanted to scream. Then, for no reason, he got up and went into the kitchen and washed his hands. When he came back and sat down...
A way out. I gotta figure a way out.
Listen, honey, listen. Everything's going to work out fine.
I'll figure it out. It's a man's job to figure it out. I don't need help. It's a man's job.
Hank, I was wondering if maybe we don't need some other help.
What kind of help?
I meant like...
What kind? What kind? What kind?
Stop.
What?
Stop talking like that.
Like what? Like I'm addled, huh? Like that?
No.
Yes.
Hank, there are places that help when it gets too tough to figure.
No help. Don't need any help.
It wouldn't hurt.
It's dirty.
Oh, Hank, please try to understand, Hank.
A dirty science.
It isn't. It isn't.
And the magazine. I read it in the magazine. It's a dirty, filthy science.
They lied. It's not.
What do you know? What do you know about anything? Can't even keep a house.
What's wrong with it, Hank? What would you like me to do? Just tell me.
It's dirty. Like everything is dirty.
Oh, I'll clean it every day and wash.
Nothing will get it clean. Never clean again.
Oh, Hank, don't talk like that. You scare me, Hank. Please don't talk like that.
We're all dirty. We'll never get clean.
Listen to me. Listen. You have to come with me.
Why? Because you ask? Why? For you?
For our baby, Hank. For the baby.
Baby. Baby! No! Come out! Come out here! You lied to me! You lied to me! You cheated and lied to me!
When I work all the time, how did I find the strength to stand behind it? How did I raise my arms that weighed like tons of lead? How could I bring it down 1,000 miles down on him? Again and again, down and up and down and up. Again and again and down. Maybe he'll get over it. Maybe his sickness didn't go on too long. Maybe 1,000 and million maybes and ifs and prayers. Dr. Broughton, he said he could do something. Oh, Dr. Broughton, you will. Dr. Broughton, you must. Dear, good, kind doctor. Doctor.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Jean Crane.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. These include Autolite batteries, including the famous Autolite Stay Full battery, electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, including standard and resistor types. Autolite also makes automotive and industrial wire and cable, bumpers and hubcaps, and many more. And all are backed by constant Autolite research and are precision-built to the most exacting standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Herbert Marshall in the most fantastic spy story ever told, a dramatic report we call Betrayal in Vienna. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Cornell Wilde, Mr. Ray Milland, and Mr. Richard Woodmark, all on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Warwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Case Study of a Murderer was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Hank and Howard McNear as Dr. Broughton.
Jean Crane and Cary Grant can currently be seen in People Will Talk.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Herbert Marshall in another story based on actual events, a dramatic report we call Betrayal in Vienna.
For the location of your nearest Autolite battery or spark plug dealer or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Radio Free Europe is one of our most potent weapons against communist lies. Day after day, this voice of freedom tells the truth to those behind the Iron Curtain. You can aid this vital work by joining the crusade for freedom through your local committee or sending a contribution to General Clay, Empire State Building, New York. This is the CBS Radio Network.